Welcome to Appium Master classes. Today in this session we are going to focus on Introduction to Mobile Automation. Let me open the slides. Let me maximize it. Introduction to Mobile Test Automation. Mobile devices have been tremendous growth over the past decade, with lot of mobile applications being developed these days, right? Confirming quality has become so key to prevent revenues lost productivity and damage to brand's reputation. Right. The second point is our test strategy needs to follow in order to get apps in a good shape, reach market on time, within budgets, and to work well across devices and OS. Right. So these days most of the companies are focusing on mobile apps, and if they are developing the mobile apps, then obviously the test automation come into a picture, right? So mobile test automation is also a very key point for most of the companies who is developing mobile applications, right? So what should be the focus area to develop a test automation, right? Target device selection. You need to select a device in which your test going to be executed, so that you will be getting the confirmation that your app is not going to crash on that device as well as the other devices with the same brand at least, right? Internet connectivity. So internet connectivity is also these days very main focus area, because the biggest reason behind that is the connectivity, right? So you might have been connected your device over a 3G or a 4G or a Wi-Fi, and in all the cases your app should work appropriately, right? The third point is test automation. Reduce effort of regression by selecting an effective automation tool, right? So most of the companies are these days moving to Appium. The biggest reason behind that is it is very easy to use and maintain as well, right? Different testing aspects. We need to be focused whether your app is really good for automation. Why we go for automation? That is the biggest question comes into our mind, right? If you are releasing your apps regularly and updating those into a Play Store, right? So you need to be automate your test. Otherwise, you cannot complete your testing within a time, right? So these are the all points which we need to understand before going to start a mobile test automation. This is a basic introduction of mobile test automation, right? Thank you. In this session, we are going to focus on what is Appium and what is the internal architecture of Appium. Okay, let me maximize the screen. Right. So what is Appium? Appium is an open test automation tool for mobile applications. It allows you to test all the three types of mobile applications: native, hybrid, and mobile web apps. So what is the difference between native app, hybrid app, and mobile web app? So this might be the interview question as well, right? So native apps are those apps which you are going to install it on your mobile using APK or from Play Store, right? Whatever the app is going to be installed on your mobile is called the native app, right? So basically you can able to distinguish between the native apps and the inbuilt apps, right? If I say the terminology in the future classes, say inbuilt apps, that means I'm talking about the inbuilt apps. That means, for example, calculator, calendar, camera, phone book, right?
All these are the inbuilt apps. You may not see the APK files for this, but yes, these are the inbuilt apps, right? So apart from that, you might install the Facebook, WhatsApp, right? All these are called the native apps, right? Now let's discuss about the web apps. Then I will come to hybrid apps, right? So web apps are those apps which you are going to open it in a web browser. So you might ask me the question, what is the difference between a web app or the website, right? Basically, the website is a complete page, right? These days, most of the companies are working on mobile web apps. Mobile web apps usually starts from m dot. If you open rediff.com, right? So the website look and feel is completely different. And if you open m.rediff.com, right? So the website looks completely different because m dot websites will be created specifically for mobile. Those are called the web apps, right? So in this course, we are going to cover all kind of apps, native apps, hybrid apps, and web apps as well. So now what is hybrid apps? Basically, the hybrid apps are those apps. Hybrid apps also going to be installed using the APK. Once the installation has been done, when you open it, sometimes what happens is there should be a native content and the web content as well. Like these days, most of the apps used to take a login information from the Facebook. So they usually provide a one button. Once you click on that button, it will open a new pop-up. That pop-up might be a web content. That web content, what they used to do is, you need to provide the username and password. They will get the details from the server, and using those details, you can able to log into the app, right? So that pop-up is a web content. That means you have a native content as well as the web content. The apps which have both the contents is called the hybrid apps, right? The second point is, it also allows you to run the automated tests on actual devices, emulators and simulators, right? We are going to focus on all the three things so you can able to understand what exactly this point is. Alright, moving to the next point. Today, when every mobile app is made in at least two platforms, iOS and Android, you for sure need a tool which allows testing cross-platform. Having two different frameworks for the same app increases the cost of the product and time to maintain it as well, right? So this is a valid point, and even we have discussed this in the last class as well, right? Appium supports both the platforms. Moving to the next point, the basic philosophy of Appium is that you should be able to reuse code between iOS and Android, and that's why when you see the API, they are same across iOS and Android. Another important thing to highlight here is that unlike Calabash, Appium does not modify your app or need you to even recompile the app. Most of the tools available for mobile testing need to recompile your APK. Then only you can test those apps like Robotium, right? Appium lets you choose the language you want to write your test in. It does not dictate the language or framework to write. Moving to the next slide. Architecture. So how does Appium do all this? Let's try to understand what happens behind the scenes, right? When you're able to understand it, then it's easy to write a code and you can able to understand how the communication has been happening, right? When you download the Appium app, you are basically downloading the server. The server is written in Node.js and implements the Selenium WebDriver. It allows one to use available WebDriver client to fire your tests, and then your mobile app acts preciously like a web app, where the DOM is represented by view hierarchy. So this server basically exposes REST API, which performs the following actions: receive connection from the client, listen client commands, execute commands, response back the command's execution status. Let's understand the architecture. basically when you write the script that is called the Appium scripts or the WebDriver scripts, right? It will go to the server and execute your scripts, right? Basically all the Appium scripts are written in the WebDriver format only, right? So all those are the WebDriver kind of scripts only, right? It will go to the server. Server will automatically execute and change those scripts, right, to execute on mobile, and it will execute the scripts. Once the execution has been done, it will return the code or send back those details, execution details, to the server. And from server, you will get the results to the scripts, right? So this is the internal architecture of Appium, right? I hope you guys are able to understand how the Appium is working. So in future, when I say Appium server, right, I will show you how the Appium server is able to communicate between the code and the server, right? We'll discuss that in the future classes. Okay, thank you. In this session, we are going to see or going to focus on what is the difference between Selendroid and the Appium, right? So let me open the presentation, right? Let me maximize the screen. The basic difference between Selendroid and the Appium is Selendroid can be only tested on Android devices, or I can say if you are using Selendroid, then you can only automate the Android apps. But if you are using Appium, then you can automate iOS as well as Android devices. Even it supports the Firefox OS as well. Okay, so this is a main difference between Selendroid and Appium. If your app is only available for Android devices, so you can choose any one of that, or if your device is available for iOS as well as Android, then better to go for Appium. Okay, so what else the differences are is user agent testing and cross-platform testing. Cross-platform we already discussed it, and the user agent testing. User agent testing also you can do it using the Appium, right? So basically when people are using Selendroid these days, Selendroid are using only when they are doing a testing below API level 17 or Android versions 4.2.2, right? Only that time they are using the Selendroid. Apart from that, most of the companies are these days working on Appium because Appium is really good with respect to automation features, and like after few years you will see that like the same way the Selenium has grown, right, the same way Appium is also growing, right? Okay, I hope you are able to understand the difference between Selendroid and Appium. Thank you.
Okay, so in this session we will see how to install Java and configure it. Okay, because for Appium the prerequisites are like we need to first install Java and configure it, then we need to install the Android SDK and configure it, then only you can start using Appium, right? So we are working on, currently we are working on prerequisites for Appium, right? So how to install it, from where we need to download, we'll discuss all those points. Fine. Okay, so basically what we need to do, where to download the Java development kit, right? So what we need to do is, I have already make note down of all the URLs and everything, right? So how to configure it and all those things also I have making a note of it. So once the I will upload this particular presentation, right, to a website, so you can download it and use the same details whenever you need it, right? Okay, so what you need to do is you need to open the Firefox or any browser, right? Open this URL. Okay, here you will get a Java platform JDK, right? And the present version is 8U51, right? Click on this. It will navigate to different website, different location, right? So what you need to do is you need to accept the licenses and you need to download the JDK file, right? So there are a lot of options, right? If you are using the Linux related. If you are using the Mac related Java. If you are using the Solaris related Java. If you are using the Windows related Java. So presently I am going to explain you with respect to Windows. So Windows also have a two different kind of builds. So what are those two different? Which I need to download it, right? So what we need to do here is we need to understand what is the difference between x86 and x64. Basically x64 is a 64-bit machine and it is only applicable for 64-bit machine, and x86 is basically for 32-bit machine as well as the 64-bit machine. So basically if you have a 64-bit machine you need to download this and install it. Okay, so how to identify whether your operating system and the machine is a 64-bit or a 32-bit, right? So let's see. So what we need to do here is go to, just hold on, just go to this PC, right? Go to personalize, right? Okay, else what you can do here is go to this PC, right? Go to properties, right? Okay, so here you will get system type, right? 32-bit operating system at 64-bit processor. That means my operating system is 64-bit machine. Okay, is it fine? Okay, so what I need to download here is I will download the 64-bit Java, right? I already have downloaded it. Let me show you where it is, right? Softwares, and under this here I have downloaded it. Okay, it is 180 MB, right? So if you see here, this is a 180 MB, right? The same build has been already downloaded. What you need to do is you just need to double click it and install it. Okay, so once the installation has been done, just follow the instructions. There is no as such new instructions which don't know about it, right? So follow the simple instructions and install the things, Java JDK. Okay, and if it asks you to install, if it asks you to install the JRE as well, so please install the JRE as well. Okay, once the installation has been done, so where you can see the Java, right? This is the exe, right? So default location of that is under C drive. Go to C drive, program files, right? If you see here, you will get there are two kind of program files. One is x86 and one is program files, right? I cannot install right now because it is showing the software has been already installed on your computer. Would you like to reinstall? So if I say I already have installed it, right? So I'm not going to install once again, but you need to follow the steps and it will install it, right? So you will get there are two kind of program files. One is program files and the another is program files x86. If you download a 32-bit installer and you install it, it will come under program files x86. But when you have downloaded the 64-bit installer and install it, it will come under program files. Program files, and you need to navigate to Java, right? Here if you see the JDK 1.8.051, this is a current uh, available version, right, which I have installed it. Just double click it, right? So this is a place where Java has been installed. Okay, so what is the next step? So right now what we have achieved is we have downloaded the build, we have installed it, and now the next step is to configure the Java, right? So how to do that? So for that what you need to do is you need to go to start menu. Okay, go to manage, sorry, you need to go to properties, right? Go to advanced system settings. Okay, here you will get the environment variables, right? You need to click on environment variable, right? And if you see here, there are two kind of variables. One is system variables and one is user variables. User variables is basically applicable only for the present user through which you have logged in, right? If you have a 3 users in your operating system, like user 1 and user 2 and user 3, and you have only, when you have logged in and configured your Java with user 1, so that user, whatever the details you have configured for user, that is not applicable for the other users. So better what you need to do is you can configure it for the system variable. This is a global variable, it is applicable for across all the users, right? So what you need to do is you need to go here and type new, sorry, click new, right? And type Java underscore home, right? And what you need to do here is, what is a variable value, right? So the value is the location which we have opened it, right? This location, right? So this location you need to copy it, right? And paste it here. Okay, click OK, right? I'm not going to do that because already my Java underscore home has been configured. Let me show you, right? Java underscore home is already configured. Okay, fine. So this we have configured it. After that, what we need to do is, I have already written all the steps, right? So what we need to do here is, I have defined this, right? So now after that, if you have installed the JRE, right? If you have already installed the JRE, what you can do is you can define same just as a Java underscore home. See, this variable is very important because most of the applications are looking for this variables, right? Java underscore home is a name, right? You cannot change this name to something else like home underscore Java, right? Because when the developers write their batch scripts, they use this particular variable name, Java underscore home. So whatever the value is present under Java underscore home, it will invoke that into their applications and use the Java, right? So please remember this, the name should be always same as it has been showing. Okay, okay. If you have a JRE underscore home, right? So what I mean to say here is, if you have a Java, right, JRE, I told you while installing Java you have two options. You can install the JRE and the JDK both, right? So if you have only installed JDK, then also it's fine. If you have already installed JRE, then better to define that location as well in the environment variables, right? How to define it? JRE underscore home and then the location where JRE is present. Click OK. That's it. Then click OK, right? Then click OK. How to verify whether your Java has been configured correctly or not, right? So what you need to do for that is go to command prompt, right, and type Java, only Java, suppose, right? And if you enter it, it will giving you a message that Java is not recognized as an internal or an external command, right? So what was the problem, right? So let me show you. Okay, so right now Java is not working. What is the reason, right? Because Java has been installed, variable has been created, but what we need to define that particular thing into a path variable. So how to define that? You need to go here in the path, right? There is a path variable. Okay, go for edit, right? And at the end, please keep this in mind that don't change anything, any line in the value, variable value for the path variable name, right? Because otherwise you will face
some new issues, right? Everything in the operating system is pointing or contacting with the path variable and executing the details, right? So don't do any mistake. At the end, if you have still confused whether you are at the end or not, just enter the end key from the keyboard, right? It will give you the surety that you have reached to the end, right? Add semicolon, right? Don't do mistake like adding a colon or something, right? Add semicolon, okay? And type here percentage Java underscore home percentage, okay, backslash bin, okay. Just click OK and then OK, then OK, right? And if I use here Java, right, it will still giving me the error message that Java is not recognizable as an internal or external command. Why? Because actually the command prompt will not take the new commands or new values which has been set in the environment variable. So for that, what we need to do is we need to close this, again open a new command prompt and type Java, right? See here, now Java has started working, right? So what we need to do here is Java -version, right? Now if you see here, my current Java version, it is showing 1.8.0.51, right? So it give you the surety that whatever the Java you have installed it and configured it is correct, because it is giving you the result. So with respect to Java configuration and installation, you are done. Okay, so in the next class we will see how to install Android SDK. Okay, in this session we will see how to download the Eclipse IDE and how we can configure it so that we can use it to write a code over Eclipse and use it for the Appium purposes, right? So there are a lot of IDEs present in the market. You can use it, any one of that, but for this particular lecture we are going to use Eclipse. Okay, let's see from where we can download it, right? So here again I have copied the link and keep it with us, right? So you can use this. Okay, so open this URL, right? Here you will get so many options, okay, so many different versions, or I can say different variants available for the Eclipse. You need to download Eclipse IDE for Java EE developers. Okay, so just need to click on this, right? If you click on this, it will give you the details what you want to download it, right? So as you remember in the class where we have defined about the Java, right, JDK, we have downloaded it, right? So we have downloaded the Java or JDK 64-bit, right? Because my machine is 64-bit. So the same bit Eclipse also I am going to be downloaded, right? So I need to download the 64-bit. Okay, so what you need to do here is you need to click on this particular mirror. Okay, don't click on this, otherwise it will navigate to some other web URL which is not required actually. So you need to click on this. Okay, in fraction of seconds the download pop-up will be displayed. Okay, see here, it has been displayed. You need to click OK and it will automatically download the build. I'm not going to do that because I already have downloaded it and keep it in one location. Okay, so let me open that location. Okay, this is my location where I have kept my build. Okay, I have downloaded so many different kind of builds of Eclipse, right? These are not the variants, these are the versions. Okay, so basically Eclipse names have been on basis of planets: Mars, Kepler, right, Luna, then Hellas, right, and then other planet names are also available. Okay, so basically all the versions, whenever they release it, the names is based on the planets.
Okay, I hope that's fine, right? Okay, once it has been downloaded, right, unzip it. Once you will unzip it, it will look something like this, right? Open this and then open Eclipse, right? And just hold on, I think I have not, just a minute, let me delete this. Let me unzip this. Okay, in between that, let me tell you one small story. The name of the Eclipse has been given, right? Because at that time when Eclipse was developing, that time the biggest market player was the Sun. Okay, and the only one time when Sun is not going to come, right? That is a eclipse, right? And there is a small story, right? The story is behind that is like whenever you create any product, you want to be a biggest market player and you don't want others to grow, right? So that is the reason they have put the name of this IDE as Eclipse, because they want to destroy the Sun IDE, or I can say completely the Sun company, right? So they have come up with the name called Eclipse. Okay, now it has been unzipped it. If you open this, you will get something like this. Okay, you don't need to do anything. If you want to use it regularly, you can do one thing is you can right click it and send to desktop, right? So this particular shortcut will be created on your desktop, so you can directly open it from the desktop, or else what you can do is you can directly open it from here itself, right? Here you need to give some workspace. By default it is taking something. I am just going to click OK. OK. Actually this is a new version, right? If you have a workspace with the older version, it will ask you to migrate it, right? If you click OK, it will automatically migrate and add some new plugins which are required for this. Okay. Okay, if you see here, this is the interface. Actually I already opened once, that is the reason it has been not showed the front page, otherwise it will show you this welcome page. If you click cancel, then only it will show something like this. Okay, so this is a way you can download and configure the Eclipse. Okay, great. In this session, we will see how to install Android SDK and configure it for Appium. This is again the second prerequisite for Appium. Okay. So from where we need to download the Android SDK is, you need to copy this location, right, and open a URL and just paste it. Okay, here you will get a new Android Studio, right? You can download this complete Android Studio where you will get Android Studio ID, Android SDK tools, and the 5.0 platforms and the emulator. Okay, this is a one option. You can directly download it and install the Android Studio itself. But for Appium, we don't need the Android Studio because we are not going to develop any app on an Android, right? We just want to debug it and test it, right? So if you want this, you can download it, or else what you can do is you can go to other download options and download the only SDK. We need only SDK. We only need Android SDK. Okay, once you download it, right, I already have downloaded it. I will show you where I have downloaded it, but before that, again there is a 64-bit and the 32-bit, and the recommended one as well is available, right? And apart from this, sorry, not 32-bit and 64-bit, actually this is the exe and the zip file. You have both the options. Better to download the zip file because you know where is a Android SDK you want to keep it, right? If you have exe, then also it's fine, you can install it and you can define where you want to put your SDK files, right? So let me show you where is my Android SDK is, right? So my Android SDK is, right, once you unzip it, right, that folder you will get something like this. Okay, you will get a SDK folder, Eclipse, and SDK manager.exe. Maybe if you get only SDK as well, then also it's fine. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to go to SDK folder. Okay, you need to copy this location. Okay, just keep this in mind. Under SDK, till SDK you need to copy the details. Okay, so now you have now you have understood from where you need to download it, alright, and where your zip file should be present. It should be anywhere, wherever you want to download it, and unzip it. After unzip, you need to go to under SDK, right, and here all these folders should be displayed. You just need to cross verify it whether whatever the location you are copying it under, that all these folders should be present. Okay, just copy this particular path. Again the same thing, what you need to do is you need to go to this PC, right click it, go to properties, right, go to advanced system settings, environment variable, and here again you need to create a new variable called Android underscore home. Okay, and paste this location. Okay, I'm not going to do that because I already have Android underscore home. Let me show you. See, the same location actually. Let me open it and show you whether that location is same or not. See, that location is same. Okay, so Android underscore home has been set. Okay, so each and everything which we are going to use it, most of the things we are going to create a variables like underscore home. Like in Java we have created a Java underscore home, and Android we are creating a Android underscore home. The same way we have created the home, but whatever the files which we are planning to execute it or want to access it, those things we need to define it under a path variable, right? So what all those things I have made note of it, right? So what you need to do is you need to just hold on, let me delete this. Actually this is already defined for a Java, right? So what you need to do is you need to define something like this. Okay, platform tools. Okay, so what we need to do here is again go here and go for path, search for path, select anything and type P. It will automatically select the path variable. Now go for edit. Again, don't do any mistakes. Go for and, right, select anything and click and button from your keyboard, right? It will give you a surety that you have reached to that and, right? Then type semicolon, right, and add all these three details: Android underscore home / platform tools and Android -4.4w. Okay, all these things need to be set. Okay, let me show you. I already have that in my path variable, right? So I have copied my path variable into a notepad file. Here, if you see, I already have set all these three details. Okay, so these two details are always fixed, but the third detail, if you want it, you can define it. I will tell you later why this is really important, but if you don't need it in an initial stage, you can skip this step. Okay, right now I have defined 21.1.2, but here I have mentioned like Android 4.4.w, right? In under build tools, if I go to under build tools, right? Just hold on. If I go to under build tools, if I go under build tools, you will get so many folders, and under this folder there is a one file called AAPT. This I want to access, right? This is present under all the folders. If I open this, you will get AAPT, right? If I open this, I will get AAPT. If I open anything else like this, so I will get AAPT. So you can define any folder 19.0.2, or you can define Android 4.4 or any folder, any one of this folder under that, right? Why? The reason is I want to access the AAPT command from the globally, right? Okay, so we have defined all these three things under the platform variable, under the environment variable, right? And you need to click OK, right? And OK, right? That's it. Now, how to verify whether your Android is working fine or not? Whatever the configuration till now we have done, we need to verify it, right? So what you need to do is again go to open command prompt, right? And type Android, Android, and type enter. It will give you a one new UI or GUI, right? Graphical user interface, where you can select and do some operations. Let's wait for some time. It will take little bit time, right? Now it has been launched, right? Okay, so this is a little bit important. Keep this in mind and please try to understand what exactly this is and what is the reason why we need it, right? This is a little bit important. Keep this in mind, because please be focused on this particular step, right? Okay, so if you see here, just hold on, let me minimize. Okay, just hold on. Okay, so if you see here, Android 2.2 API level 8, Android 2.3 API level 10, and so on, right? Appium supports from Android 4.2.2 and API level 17 and above. Okay, if it is your machine or your mobile is API level 16 or below, Appium will not support that. Okay, so what you need to do here is you need to install some of the things, like first of all the tools, right? You need to install the tools. Better to select this and install all the tools. Okay, all the tools which is needed, right? Once you install it, you can go to this location, Android SDK location, right? Here you will get a one folder called tools, right? Here everything will be available. Maybe when you install or unzip the Android SDK folder, you may not get some of the things, right? So you need to install each and everything, then you will get all these things under the tools. Okay, this is very important, otherwise your Appium will not work. Okay, and it will take maybe little long time to install all these packages. Okay, so please be patient and install the Android SDK build tools. Okay, it actually depends upon the versions, but better to install each and everything, because I don't want you guys to get stuck in somewhere and some place, right? But if you in future, when you know what all these things are, you can even install the specific installer, like only 21.1.2 only, that's it, nothing else we need it, right? So better right now you install each and everything. Okay, and here you can install the ADK, sorry, ADK Android Development Kit, which you are going to plan for automation, right? If you are planning to automate 5.1.1 API level 22, you can install that. Okay, you can install all these selected things, which I have already selected it, right? You can install all these things. Refer this particular video and install it, right? Actually, I installed for Android VRARM and all those things, but if you're planning to only automate for a mobile, right, you even don't need all these things as well. But don't get confused, actually install the complete package, so it will help you out, because it will not give you any problem. Otherwise maybe it will give you a problem, whether when you have selected only some of the things and install it, right? But yeah, better to go for a complete installation, it will not harm you anything. Okay, now let's talk about API level, right? API means application programming interface, right? Application programming interface means this is with respect to the developers. When tester talks or speaks, right, they used to say we have Android 4.2.2 or Android 4.4.2 version installed. But when developers do a discussions, right, they used to talk about with respect to the API level 17 or 18. They used to say API level 17 we have installed it and configured it, right? And API level 18, because, and these both are very tightly coupled. Okay, 4.2.2 and the API level 17 is tightly coupled, and same as 18 and 4.3.1 is tightly coupled. If I say API level 18, that means I am talking about 4.3.1. If I am talking about API level 20, that means 4.4.2 I am talking about, right? This is a way these are all tightly coupled. Okay, there are some more things to understand here in this particular interface. Is there is a tools where you can create AVD. Okay, all these things we'll discuss in the classes where we talk about with respect to emulators, right? Okay, so what you need to do is you select all the things and click on install. It will take little long time, and maybe you can use your night to download all these things. Okay, okay, fine. So that means your Android installation has been successful and you are able to access the Android, but it cannot be used until you install the all the packages which I have told you. Once the packages has been installed successfully, then only you can go for the next step, else you need to wait until you have installed all the packages. Okay, I hope everybody have clarity on this particular thing. Okay, okay, so how to verify it, we have already checked it out, right? So now for today's class we have completed installation of Android SDK, or I can say here Android SDK and configuration, right? We have done how to do all the configuration, right? Okay, hi viewers, today we will see how we can configure an Android platform for Appium. Now a new Android SDK has been released. So today we'll see how to download and how to install it and how to configure it, right? So there are no prerequisites. For example, you have a fresh machine and you wanted to start a Android on your machine, right? So what you need to do and what are the steps, right? So go ahead and type Android Studio, right? And open it, or you can directly navigate to developer.android.com to download the Android SDK build. Alright, if you see here, this is a new Android Studio. Earlier when you download, if you have already earlier builds, so in that case you have a zip file which you need to configure it manually, but here you are now getting a .exe file. Once you click on this, you will get this particular notification. You need to say I agree and click on download Android Studio Windows, right? So in few seconds this will start a download. Here this is what a exe file, right? Earlier when you used to download it, it will download a zip file. Okay, now they are providing a .exe file, so you can just need to double click and start installation, right? Okay, so here all the steps they have already providing it. Launch the exe file and just download. Follow the steps wizard to install Android Studio and any necessary SDK tools, right? All the steps they have already providing it. Then select start menu, computer properties, advanced tab, environment variable, and add java underscore home. Okay, so let's begin. I have already downloaded the build and keep it in this location, right? Once you downloaded the build, it will look something like this. Okay, I'm assuming that we don't have installed anything, means like I don't know whether what are the prerequisites to install the Android Studio, right? So I'm just going to start a installation. Just double click on this. Okay, say yes. Okay, now just click next. Here when it comes if you already have a JDK installed, you can browse to that location and provide the location. And if you don't have JDK installed, right, so just click on this. So it will navigate to the page from where you need to download the SDK, right? Just wait for a few seconds. Okay, now the page has been displayed, right? You just need to say accept, and here whatever the build you want, you can download it. For Windows this is x68, this is for 32-bit, and x64 means 64-bit, and my machine is 64-bit. So let's see how to find out whether my machine operating system is 34-bit or 64-bit. Go to start this PC, right click on this, properties, see system type, 64-bit operating system, right? So my machine has been installed and configured for 64-bit operating system, right? So I need to download a 64-bit Java. If you have a 64-bit operating system, you have an option to download a 32-bit, as or else you can download a 64-bit. So better to download a 64-bit, right? So click on this and say just click on this and it will start downloading the exe file for Java, right? So for me it's already been downloading. Wait for few seconds, 6 minutes it will take. It is a 130 MB file, so it will take long time to download, right? So be patient and wait for some time. I'm just putting pause on my video. Once it has been done, I will revert back. So now my JDK has been downloaded successfully. Okay, let me open this and just double click on this. Let's first install a JDK. Okay, and let's start both of that. Just see whether GRE is also need to be installed, right? So
and this is a location program files Java and JDK 1.7.5.075, right? Just say next. This is a JRE location. Earlier, which we have seen, that was a JDK location, Java Development Kit, and JRE is also needed, right? Because we have selected it. So just say next. So successfully installed, right? So just say close, and now go to our that step where we are installing this, right? So now that has been installed successfully, so just we need to provide a location of JDK, right? So just go and browse it, double click on this program files, program Java, right? And JDK bin, right? Click OK, right? So this is a location where uh, this .exe file is okay. So this is a location where uh, this is a JDK home location, right? Say next. Okay, what is showing? Sorry, we still could not detect a valid JDK, which we need to proceed, right? If settings you JDK, okay. Actually, we need to give a path till java.exe, right? Let's see whether java.exe is present or not, right? In that location. Go to this and program files Java JDK bin, right? So java.exe is here, right? In the same location, right? And or higher version, right? Okay, let's wait for a second. Okay, let's see. I think we need to first configure a java underscore home, right? So go to start this PC, right click properties, advanced properties, right? Environment variable, and I need to set a okay, let's see whether any Java has been installed and if I can see the version of that, right? Open a command prompt, type cmd, right? And type here Java hyphen version, right? Okay, so here it is already showing that Java has been installed, right? So what we need to do here is uh, we need to provide the Java underscore home. Okay, just a second, let me check. Okay, so what we need to do is cancel that thing, and again we need to start the installation, right? So before going to installation, what we need to do is we need to go my PC and set, go here, and we need to create a java underscore home location, right? So go here and create a system variable named as java underscore home, right? So if you go to the documentation, here it is mentioned that we need to set the java underscore home, right? So this is a home location, right? So what we need to do here is go to the installed location. This is an installed location. Once you install the Java, this is a location which we need to give, and or I can say provide as a Java underscore home location. Just copy this and go to here and just paste this, right? uh, Paste this and say okay. 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 Right. So once it's done, what we need to do is now go to this location, right? So now double click on this and start again the installation. Again click yes, say next. Now see here, these are the options. Just select yes, okay, agree, and this is your studio location and this is your Android SDK location, right? And it will take around 3.2 GB and it will take around 500 MB, right? So please make sure your C drive have around 4 GB space to install this, right? Click next. And okay, one more observation. Have you saw that, like, because Android Studio setup is already has been directed the Java location, that is the reason it is now not displayed us that particular screen, right? So yeah, okay. Now click on install, right? And it will take time to install it because first it will install the Android Studio, and once it's done then it will install the Android SDK. So let me pause this video for a few seconds, few minutes. Once it's been installed, I will resume it, right? So now it started installation of Android SDK, and it will take around few minutes to install it, but it will take around 2618 MB to extract it and install the Android SDK, right? Let's wait for a few more seconds. Sorry, few more minutes, right? It will take minutes to install it. So it's almost done. Okay, so wait for a few more minutes. So now it's completed. Now click on next and start Android Studio. Finish. Okay, you can import your settings from a previous version of Android Studio, and I do not have a previous version of Android Studio. Okay, fine. Okay. It looks very good, right? This is a new version, Android Studio. Again, it is updating the SDK components. So wait for a few more minutes. It will take around 25 to 30 minutes to download all the components. Okay, so let's be with me for some time, and it's been once it's downloaded, I will resume the video. Okay, now components has been installed. After installation you can see that what all things has been installed. Okay, now click finish. Okay, this is the first look of Android Studio, right? And you can start creating a new project using start a new Android Studio project. Okay, here you need to provide the application name, and I'm just taking the default name. Click next. Here you need to provide what API or Android version we need to use, right? So here you will get all the versions. I'm taking KitKat version right now. Okay, say next. Here you need to choose the activity. Okay, I'm going to select a blank activity. Say next and finish. Right. It will take some time to build it. Once it is building, please wait. Once it's open, it will look like this. Just close. Okay, so here you have an icons for SDK manager, and this is Android device monitor, and this is AVD manager, right? So if you click in this, so whatever we have earlier, I have created a virtual devices, it will list here actually. Okay, so let me go and see how to configure it, right? So I need an Android SDK location, right? For that, what I need to do is I need to go C drive. Okay, here I need a application data. Sorry, I need to go to users. Okay, so again users. Here I need a application data. It is actually usually it is hidden, so I need to go to options and say show all hidden files. Okay, so here, sorry, it's app data, right? So I need to go to app data and local Android SDK. This is an Android SDK home location, so I need to set this, copy this location, go to this PC properties, advanced environment variable, and create a new variable called Android underscore home and paste the location, right? Okay, 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 fine. So to verify it, go to run percentage Android underscore home. Okay, go to this location. Now it is visible and I'm able to open it, right? So now I need to set this on path as well, right? So go to again properties and environment variable, go to path variable, edit, and here at the end I need to click semicolon and percentage. Okay, before that I just need to go to command prompt and type Android, and see here it is showing it is not a recognized command, right? Okay, I need to say Android, right? And I need to set other paths as well, like I need to say platform tools, right? So can copy this, Okay, and say again percentage and paste this. Okay, and okay, so I need to go tools. So till tools I need a slash tools. Okay, copy this and again go here and say percentage android underscore home percentage slash tools, sorry, tools, again semicolon. Now go to build tools 21.1 and copy this location, copy it. Okay, and say percentage android underscore home percentage and paste this. Okay, click OK, 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 and okay, to verify go to again command prompt and say android. So now see, now you can able to see that Android SDK manager has been opened. So whatever the configuration we have done, that was successful. Now we need to install the required packages. See here, these are all already installed, and if you see here for 5.0.1 these packages has been already installed, and if you go here, so all these packages are not installed. So whatever uh, the specific API levels you want it, you can install it. Okay, so I need 20. Let's see here what all I needed. So I need suppose 19, 18 and 17. All these packages I need it because Appium supports from API level 17 and above. So I need to install all the packages. Okay, these TV packages I don't need it. So I can say I don't need it. These two already installed, and what else I need? Okay, so 30 packages I need to install it. So I say install packages. Okay, so it will say what all we need to install it. Say accept and install. Again it will take uh, long time to install all the packages, right? So be with me. So it will take huge time to download all the builds. So once it's done, right, so you can even create a AVD using go to tools, manage AVDs, right? So from here you can create a virtual devices, go to create, and from here you can create a any virtual device, right? Right now it is showing only 21 because 21 is only installed right now, right? And here you need to provide all the details and say okay. So it will create something like this which has been already created. Go to edit, see. Okay, so this is a way we can install and configure Android SDK, the new latest version.
In this session, we will see from where we can download the Appium builds and how to configure it and how to start using it. Okay, so for that, first of all, we need to understand
whether we need any prerequisites to open Appium. So I would say yes. So already we have installed a Java, right? We have installed the Android SDK, right? And we have installed the Eclipse, right? But still there are some prerequisites which are need to be installed before Appium installation, right? Or else I can say those are actually needed to open a Appium. Till now whatever the prerequisites we have installed it, that is basically because we want to automate something on Android platform. That is the reason we have installed the Android, and we are planning to write a code on Java. That is the reason we have installed the Java. And where we are planning to write, that is in Eclipse IDE, and that is the reason we have installed the Eclipse IDE, right? But these prerequisites are basically with respect to the Appium. Okay, what all those are? Let's see. Okay, let first download the Appium build. Okay, so go to this particular URL. Okay, go to this particular URL. Here you will get download Appium. Okay, just click on this. So whatever the latest version available in the market or in the Appium, right, it will download that, and it will download in the form of exe. Okay, okay, or else it will navigate to this particular location where you will get the zip folder. Okay, all these are the different versions which is available for Windows, or DMG is available for iOS, right? So you can download this, right? You can download this zip folder, right? Actually they provide the exe as well. Let me see where they. Okay, in some of the builds I saw that they are started providing the exe. Okay, right now it is navigating to this website, so you can download the zip folder. Actually both are same, only the exe, what exe will do is when you install using the exe, it will automatically see. Right now it is giving me the zip folder only. Okay, let me download this zip folder. Okay, I already have this. Maybe when you unzip this zip folder, you will get the exe. Let me check it out. Just a minute. Right. So basically what they have doing is they are giving the zip folder, but when you unzip that zip folder, you will get the Appium installer.exe. You just need to double click on this and follow the instructions which they are providing it. And they don't, what they used to do is they will directly install or copy the build into a C program location, right? I'm not going to install it one more time, so I'm doing the cancel here, right? But once you do the installation, what will happen is it will dump under C 32-bit, not 64-bit. The Appium is comes with 32-bit. Okay, go to program file 86 and Appium. Here you will get the complete Appium dump. Okay, so how to open a Appium UI and all those things I will tell you later. But this is a way you need to download it and install it, right? Actually, the Appium UI has been developed on top of .NET. So we need a .NET framework. Okay, so this is a prerequisite. So from where we can download it, I have already copied this particular location, right? So again open it, right? Better to install all these things before starting the exe itself, right? That should be the good practice. But I am sure without doing that also installation will go fine, or maybe it will ask to directly download the .NET framework. Okay, you can download the .NET framework from this particular URL. Okay, apart from this, we need one more thing called node.js. Okay, you can copy this particular URL and open it in the browser and download the node.js. I will explain you why you need this. This is not required for the UI. This is required for the Appium when you try to start the Appium server using the command prompt. Okay, you can download here if you have Macintosh, this build you can download it, or for Windows you can download this. Okay. Apart from this, you can download JSON. Okay, you maybe this is just an optional. Okay, in some of the places where I need this, I will tell you to download it. This is right now, it is an optional condition, right? I have put this as an optional. Okay, now we have downloaded the Appium builds, we have downloaded the prerequisites which are needed for the Appium, and now at last we need to download the Java client libraries of Appium. Please keep this in mind that presently the client libraries for Appium is totally different from the Selenium libraries. Okay, so what you need to do here is you need to download the Java client libraries from this location. Just go to this location, right? Open this URL, right? Okay, here you will get the Appium details. Don't click on this Java client, right? You need to download this jar. Click on this, and whatever the latest version available in this, presently 3.1.0 is available. So you just need to click save and it will automatically download. I'm not going to do that because I already have that with me. Okay, I hope it is understandable, right? If you have a Maven structure or Maven configuration, you can download the POM dependencies from this particular place. Okay, anyways, so all the prerequisites are done and you have installed it successfully. Now we'll see how to launch it, right? So you just need to double click on this exe. It will launch the UI, Appium UI, right? Just wanted to check whether my installation has been done successfully and I'm able to open the Appium UI successfully or not, right? It's taking a little bit time, but I hope it will open it, right? So it got opened, right? This is a UI. This is a Appium UI, and this UI has been developed on top of .NET, and that is the reason you need a .NET framework. Okay, this I showed you that you need a .NET framework. That is the reason we have installed it, right? And one more thing which we have installed it is a node, right? Node.js. Why we have installed it is because I will tell you, if you want to start the Appium server using a command prompt, we have two different options. You can open a Appium server using a UI, or you can go for a you need to go to this location, right? I will show you. Okay, so open command prompt, right? I want to start the Appium server using a command prompt, right? I opened the command prompt, navigated to that location, right? And then I want to start this appium.js, which is my server actually. Okay, if I type appium.js, it will give you an error message because JS is a file which need to be executed on top of node. Okay,
So for that, once you install the node, you need to download the node and install it with the default values which have been provided, right? After that, what you need to do is, again you need to go to this PC, right click in properties, right? Go to advanced system settings, environment variable, right? And here in the path, you just need to provide the node details. Just hold on, let me show you where is my node is installed, right? C drive, Appium. Let me check whether it is a 32-bit or 64-bit. Okay, node.js, right? So what you need to do here is you need to copy this location and paste it in the path variable. So you can directly access the node.exe from command prompt. Okay, I have already done that. I'm not going to do that once again, right? So let me show you. If I type here node, right? So it will give you something, right? So let me close this, right? Okay, now what I need to do here is I need to type node and appium.js, right? Appium.js can be executed on top of node. That is the reason I have mentioned node and appium.js. And if I click enter, it will start the Appium server in fraction of seconds. Okay. Okay. Just wait, it may be taking some time, but this is a reason we have installed the node.js. If you have not installed the node.js, then it's not possible to start the Appium server using a command prompt. Okay, see here, my server has been started. That's it. Okay, so I hope in this class you are able to understand why, from where we need to download the Appium, how to configure it, what all prerequisites are, and why those prerequisites are important as well, right? Okay, in this session we will see what all available options are present in Appium UI, right? So let me start the Appium UI first. Please be with me. Let's maybe it's taking some time to open it. Okay, now it has been launched, right? So let's talk about all these icons, what all things we can do with this UI, and whether in future we are going to use this UI, or is there any other way to approach or start, right? All those things we'll discuss today. Okay, so basically if you see here, there is a icon called Android type of icon, right? Android settings. This is general settings, this is developer settings, and the about, right? So let me open about and show you. The version is 1.4.0.0. okay, and here you will get two options. One is called Appium Inspector, and this is Appium Node Server Launcher, right? And this is basically to delete the logs. Here you will see all the Appium server related logs. So what you can do here is you can delete the logs. You can delete the logs from pressing this button, right? For example, right now it is showing 2 lines. If I delete this, it will remove all the logs from the console. Okay, now second thing, we'll start from the developer settings, right? So developer settings, right? If you see here, there are some options which are available only for with respect to the developers, right? As point of testing point of view, we don't need any of these settings. So I'm not going to tell you about all these things because we are not going to use this, right? Okay, now move it to general settings, right? In general settings you will see so many other options, right? Let's start from the starting. First, here it will give you a here the details have been showing as a local host, right? Local host IP is usually show as 127.0.0.1, okay, and the APM port is 4723. If you want to change the port, you can go here and change the port. Okay, you can do it manually and it will reflect when you start the server. Okay, check for updates. Appium usually provides the regular updates, right? So you should be on a updated version. So if you tick this particular option, when you launch the Appium server, it will give you a message saying that if any new Appium server is available, it will automatically give you message new version is available, else it will say that you are in the updated version. Okay, pre-launch the application. Okay, let me talk all these things of once. I will describe something with respect to the Android settings, then I will show you all this. I will describe all these options. Okay, let's move to Android icon. Okay, there are a lot of options, right? Lot of, and we can use all the options whenever required, or else we can use the specific options which are basically required and through which you can directly launch your application. Okay, so here application path. So we have an option where you need to select the APK. If you have the APK with you, what you can do is you can choose your APK location by selecting that choose button, and it will automatically select, right? I have selected the Facebook, right? So it will automatically select all the details. Okay, now come to the second line, right? So basically whenever the package whenever you launch the app in your mobile, right? So that what should be those steps? We usually open the menu, navigate to the app icon where that icon is present, right? You will do swipe or something, and you will stop when that icon has been present on the present screen, right? And you will click on that icon, so your app will be launched, right? This is a one way to launch the app, right? Second way, every app have their own launchable activity. Okay, so if I say, if I shoot or trigger directly to that launchable activity, your app will be directly launched. You don't need to follow these steps, like you don't need to click menu, you don't need to navigate to that particular app, right? It will automatically check whether that app is already installed on your mobile. If yes, then it will check whether that activity is launchable activity, then it will automatically launch the app. And end of the day, we need to launch the app, right? Then only we can start testing. So this is a way Appium works. So what you need to do is you need to find out the app activity name, launchable activity name, and the package name, right? When you select the APK file from the UI, it will automatically pop up or give you the details of the package name. The package name of the facebook.apk file is pom.facebook.katana. Okay, and here you have an option to wait for the package. Sometimes it will take time to find out the packages, right? As I told you, if you have in your mobile thousands of apps have been installed, and if Appium has been trying to identify whether the app provided in the code or the UI is present on your mobile, right? So it may take time to find out that package name. In that case, you can take this. Okay, okay, so apart from that, you need a launchable activity, as I told, right? So when you select this APK file, it will automatically pop up all the details, like this launchable activity. It will find out by Appium itself. Appium will directly find out the launchable activity from the APK file, and it will provide the details. Okay, so here all the details have been automatically populated once you select the APK file. you might face this kind of issue when you selected this, even though your details have been not populating. So if it is not populating, that means you have done some configuration mistakes. Okay, maybe that configuration mistake will not affect you, but I will give you the surety that you have done some mistake. Maybe in the path variable you have edited something, because of that it is not populating here. Okay. Okay. So as I told you, if you are launching the APK file, that is a native app which you can launch it. Or else what you can do is, if you want to launch a browser, so you take this particular option and it will automatically disable all these options, because at a time you can launch only one thing. You can launch the Chrome or any browser or any app, right? So if I remove this, it will automatically enable this portion, right? Because you can launch the native app or the web app. If you take this, that means you wanted to launch the browser, right? So native app cannot be launched. Both the things cannot be launched at the same time, right? Okay. So full reset and no reset. So basically, if you want to reset your application, means you want to reinstall completely using the APK, right? You need to take these options, or else you can say no reset. So what it will do is, it will not install again. The Facebook will not install again on your mobile, and whatever the APK or Facebook is installed, it will launch that itself. Okay. Okay, so all these arguments I'm not going to describe you. Okay, these are the flags which you can learn it or understand it when you little go further. Okay, launchable device. The launchable device details you can mention it, and you can wait for the timeout. Sometimes what happen is, the and AVD stands for Android Virtual Devices. Okay, I told you that emulators can be launched, but it will take time to launch the emulators. So you can mention here how many seconds it should wait, right? Okay, now here comes the capabilities. Okay, so capabilities are basically to define what is your platform name, what is a automation type. Okay, automation type supports both the thing, Appium and Cell Android. Okay, and then platform versions, what all platform versions are available, it will pop up here and you need to select it. Okay, and here the device name. If you have a real Android device, you don't need to mention here, you can directly mention the device name here itself. Okay, the language and the locate. Okay, apart from this, there are some more options with respect to Chrome driver port, or the Cell Android port, or the Bootstrap port, or the coverage class and the SDK, right? So we'll discuss all these things when I am going to explain you the grid technology, right? I'm not going to show you right now, because these are not required for the normal run. These are the required whenever these options are required. I will tell you how you can describe it, or how you can mention it in UI. Okay, so let's try. I'm not going to give any details. Okay, so if when I am not going to give any details, whether my Appium server will start, right? So let me show you all these options I have already described you. Now let's move to this, right? If I have selected here, and if I say here pre-launch the application, what it will do is, once you click on the start, it will automatically launch the app in your real device or the emulator. Okay, so remove this tick as well, right? So let's talk about some more options here, like override the existing session. What will happen is, when you start working on Appium, you might face this issue that session has been expired. Okay, whenever you execute your code, you will feel that session has been expired. Okay, if you want to override the session, you need to take this. Okay, so what it will do is, it will override the existing session and start the new session. Suppose you have executed your test and test got failed. right? So what it will do is Appium will not accept the new session details or commands if you have not ticked on this particular option. If you tick it, then what it will do is it will automatically accept the new commands which you have executed. Take an example, one script has been failed and after that you have done some changes and fixed that script and executed one more time, right? In that case, it will accept the commands if you have ticked this. Otherwise, you need to manually start the server, stop it and start the server manually. Okay. Use remote server and Selenium grid configurations. These are details I will describe you when we need or discuss about the Selenium grid. Okay. Okay. I have not provided anything. Okay, I have not provided anything. I have not ticked anything, right? So if you see here also only one option. This I can remove it, right? So I have not provided anything. So whether if I start the server, it will start it or not. So I would say yes, it will start. It will start the plain server without any capabilities or flags set. Okay. So if I click start, right, starting node server, right, it will take some time but it will start the server. If it will show the port number, that means your server has been started, right? If you see here localhost :port, right, that means your server has been started and it will automatically take some default non-default server arguments and set the details as this. Okay. Okay, so this is all about the Appium UI. This is very important because if you know how all these things are working, right, so it will be helpful for you. Okay, let me show you by giving some details here in APK, right? I have provided this, right, but I am not saying to pre-launch it, right? Let me start it. If you click this, it will delete the logs. So whatever the new logs will be displayed, it will display here. See here, the logs have been started printing, right? Okay, so this is a way you can start the server. Okay, great. In this session, we will see how to verify whether Appium prerequisites and Appium has been configured successfully or not. Alright. So first we need to verify whether Java is working properly or not. Right. So for that, what we need to do is open a command prompt, type cmd and type java-version. Right. Now if you see here, it is showing the Java version correctly. That means Java has been configured successfully. And if you want to see where is your Java, right? So okay, with Java is only work on a Unix platform, right? So what you can do here is you can go to run, okay, type %java_home %. Okay, so if you click enter, it will give you the location which was configured for java_home, and you can see whether that particular Java is present or not. Sometimes what happen is some new Java build will be downloading. Some students, what they will do is they will download the latest Java version and they will install it. Okay, and the present version may not be available, or it may be they used to manually delete it, right? In that case, Java will not work. Alright, so you can cross verify it using these steps, whether your Java is being configured successfully and where is your Java exactly which is configured it. Right. Now the second thing is what we need to verify is where is your Android SDK, right? So for Android SDK, again what you need to do is open a command prompt and type Android underscore home %. Okay, when you click enter, it will give you the location which SDK which we are using it. Okay, so this is a way you can check it out. And obviously you need to open a command prompt and type ANDROID Android and click enter. If it will open a UI, right, that means your Android SDK configuration has been successful. Okay, if you see here, it has been launched. That means your Android SDK is also successfully configured. Okay, now you need to check Appium, right? So for that, what you need to do is you can open a Appium UI and it should launch the Appium UI successfully, and you can start the server and check whether it has been successfully starting or not. Right, it has been launched. You just need to start the server and it will give you 4 or 5 lines. If one of the line, if port number is displaying, that means your server has been started listening on that port and your Appium server has been successfully installed and configured. Right, here it is showing this particular port number. That means my server has been started successfully. That means my Appium has been configured correctly. Right, these are the troubleshooting steps which may be required when your setup has been not done successfully, or maybe corrupted, or maybe you want to verify on your friend setup. Right, in this example, we will see how to connect a real Android device for executing Appium script on a real Android device. Okay, let's see what are the steps to configure it. Okay, so first of all, you need to connect your device to a laptop using a USB cable. I have already connected my device to this laptop. Okay, and this is my mobile, real Android mobile. Okay, and I have just done a mirroring, so you can see all the options available in my mobile. You can see the same screen here. Okay, now what is the steps if you want to execute your Appium script on real Android device? So what you need to do for that is go to settings, right? Maybe in your mobile going to the setting option may be a little bit different, but in my mobile what you need to do is open a notifications, click settings, go to general, right, and go here at developer options. It will give you an option called developer options. You need to go to this particular developer option. Okay, and then you need to tick this particular option, USB debugging. Once you click on this particular option, right, then only you can start executing your app and debug using Appium script. Okay, or automate your script using a Java, right? Okay, so let's see what all steps we need to do it, right? What all prerequisites for that. Okay, if take an example, if developer options are not displaying on your mobile, so don't get worried. What you need to do to enable this option is you need to go to about devices, okay, and you need to click build number 7 times. Okay, I will show you right now, okay, but actually my option is already enabled, so it will give you a message that developer options has been already enabled on your mobile device. See, I am going to click here. If you see here, developer mode has been already been turned on, right? If that option is not displaying on your real Android device, then you need to click 7 times this build number, so automatically that option will be start displaying here. Okay, so once you do that, and after that once you click on this particular thing, what you need to do is go to command prompt, right? Go to command prompt and type adb devices. Okay, click enter. Okay, it will start the ADB and it will start listing your mobile device as on the form of this hexadecimal code. Okay, sometimes what happens is, very first time when you connect your device, it will give you a message on your mobile to accept. Okay, so there is an option to always accept. You just need to tick on that option and click OK. So what it will do is, it will not ask you again when you try to open or do a debug or you using ADB, right? Okay, so one more observation is, you need to check the status of this mobile. Sometimes what happen is, mobile is listing, but here if you see, maybe the status may be offline, right? So what you need to do is, maybe sometimes you need to do a restart of your mobile, which solves your problem. Okay, fine. So now my mobile has been listing under this ADB list, right? So this is what you need to configure it on the real device to connect with your laptop. Okay, that's it, nothing else. Now again I am just trying to type ADB devices, right? See here, my device is listing. I am going to remove the USB cable, okay, to just show you whether after removing also it will display or not, right? See here, now there is no device which is listing, right? Now again let me connect my USB cable. Okay, my USB cable has been connected. Now if I go here and type it, see, my mobile is again started displaying, right? If your real devices started displaying under ADB devices, that's fine, that's it, nothing else we need to do with respect to the real device side, right? Thank you. In this example, we will see how to launch an app on a real Android device using a Appium GUI. Okay, let's begin. Open a Appium GUI. Okay, so it got launched, right? So let me little bit minimize it. Okay, and here what I will do is, I will select some app. Okay, so let me select a app called WordPress, or I can select a app called eBay. Okay, and if you see here, automatically app name, package name and the launchable activity is started displaying here, right? So what I need to do here is I don't need to do anything here. I want to pre-launch my app, right? So I will tick on this. So once I will start the server, it will automatically launch the app. Okay, so please keep your eye on the top of here, right? So whenever the new app will be launched, it will give you some small notification here that your new app has been launched, right? So let me start the server, right? It will first start the Appium server and copy the APK file to from your Appium server to your real mobile device on a temporary location, and it will install that app in your real mobile device, right? And it will launch it. Okay, let's see. All these are the logs, right? Let me delete this, right? Okay, if you see here, what it is doing here is it is just checking the Java APK Appium APK tool.jar. Okay, here it is doing the certificate check. Okay, so from this particular log you can verify it, all the details actually. See here, executing command, where it is this particular file, that APK file is pushing to that particular location. See here. Okay, now it is copying to this location /data/local/temp, and this is a build location, right? Once the build has been pushed, please try to watch here. It will give you a message that new app has been installed. Okay, if you see here, scanning this particular thing, and eBay has saved, means eBay has been installed. Now it should launch. Okay, sorry, first it will install, right? So if you see here, it is installing. Now it will launch. Right, so this is a eBay's first screen which has been launched. Okay, let me do a manual operation to show you. Right, this is a eBay which has been launched, right? So this is a way you can launch your app using a GUI. So if you want to continue writing a code after the launching the app, you can start writing the code in Eclipse. Okay, so but this is a way you can launch the app on your real Android device. In this example, we will see how to launch an app using a code. Okay, from this class onwards, we'll try to start writing the code. Okay, so let me open the Eclipse, right? I have launched the Eclipse, right? Let me relaunch the Eclipse. Okay, so this is the Eclipse different version. I am going to launch the Mars version. Okay, so let's wait, it will take time. Okay, so you need to provide here some workspace. Okay, so let me give here a workspace called Udemy, right? Okay, so it got launched, right? Eclipse got launched, right? And if you close this welcome screen, automatically some UI will be displayed here. Okay, so now how to start, right? So in the project explorer, right click it, okay, go for new and create a project. Okay, and which project? You need to create a Java project. Okay, click next. Okay, here you provide the name. I'm going to provide a name called launch app using script. In the last class, in the last session, we saw how to launch a APK file using a Appium GUI. Here we are trying to create a script through which we will launch the app. Okay. Now you need to click finish. Yes. Okay. So project has been created successfully. Okay. And this is a structure. You will get the source folder and the corresponding libraries. What you need to do here is you need to right click on the source, right, go for new and create a package. Okay, basically I will give you I will explain you in the further classes what is the package and why we are creating a package. Right now I am going to create a package called AMC, Appium Master classes dot first script. Okay, or I can say first dot script. Okay, let's finish. Okay, if you see the icon is showing on a white color, right, and the AMC.first.script package has been created. Okay, right click on this package and create a new class. Once you create a class and save it, this icon is going to be changed. Please observe this icon as well. Okay, so I'm going to say launch app, right, and I need a main method as well. Okay, I'm not going to select this. Okay, I'm going to say finish. Right, this class has been created successfully. Right, now I want to start writing the script from here. Right, so what I need to do is, as we know, every class is only executable if it has a main class, or I can say if you have a 5 classes, out of which in one of the class if you have a main method, then that class only you can able to execute it. Right, so now here what you need to do is you need to create a main method. Right, so there are some shortcuts to create a regular methods. Right, main is a one of that. Right, so how to create a main method? What you need to do is you need to type main, right, and you need to click control space using your keyboard. Okay, it will give you the proposals. Okay, so if you see it is showing no proposal, but at the last it is asking whether you want to create a main method. Yes, I want to create a main method. Just click enter. See, method structure has been automatically got created. You don't need to type public, static, void, main, string and arguments, all those things. Right, so this is a shortcut, and keep this in mind, because let me tell you what you need to do here is you need to type main, right, and then from keyboard press control plus space bar. Okay, it will give you options then select main and press enter. Okay, so once you do that, this particular structure will be created. Okay, now under this, what we need to do is we need to define some desired capabilities. Okay, so here I am going to write one desired capability, right? So desired capability is a class which is already defined under Selenium libraries, right? So if I create here something with the desired capabilities, that will not work, right? So what all need to be, what all things need to be execute, sorry, what I meant to say here is what all jars we need to include it so that it will able to understand the desired capabilities, right? So what we need to do for that is right click on this, right, go to new, go to folder, right, create libraries, libs, okay, and say finish. The libraries will be created here. Now we need to download the libraries. From where you can download libraries? Selenium libraries. Go to seleniumhq.org, download. Okay. If you see here, these are the standalone server libraries, or I can say Selenium RC, and here you will get the WebDriver libraries. Okay, so you have two options. You can download the Java libraries from here, or else if you want to download, you can download it from this standalone jar. Actually what Selenium used to do is they have a single jar file. Suppose you have 10 notebooks, right, and if you want you can put all those combine all those notebooks and keep it in a bag, right? So same way what they used to do here is if you download this, you will get a 10 files, 10 different notebooks, right? And all the same those notebooks have been compiled and keep it in a bag, and that bag is this particular thing. Okay, so you can download any one of this. If you download this, you will get so many files. You need to include all those files, or if you can directly download this particular file and only one file will be downloaded. This is a 30.3 MB, right? And it will definitely work. Don't worry about it. Okay, so I already have downloaded it, so I will show you where it is. See here, I have already downloaded it. What I need to do here is I can directly copy this, okay, because everything which I am going to use for this project or even in the further future projects, I will maintain all the details under the project itself. I will tell you later why and what is the use of that. Okay, so in libs I will right click it and I will say paste. Okay, so that file has been got pasted under this. If you see the icon here, it is little bit different, right? So now what I need to do here is I need to right click on the project, go to properties, right, and here I need to select the Java build path. Here in this I need to select the libraries, go to click add jars, right, select the project, select the libs and select the file. It got added here, right? I need to click OK. That's it. If you see here, the icon has been changed and the reference libraries, the new thing has been added, right? Now you can use the desired capabilities. Desired capability is a class which has been defined under this particular jar file. Okay. Okay, so what I need to do here is I need to type desired capabilities, right? I can say caps equal to, it is giving error message, right? So what I need to do is I need to highlight this. Okay, I need to take the cursor and highlight this. Okay, and it will give you the import options. I need to click the import. Okay, if you see here, it got automatically imported. And where is this file has been, or this class has been defined? This class has been defined under org openqa selenium dot remote, right? So the same way, right now the class which we are typing it, right, launch app, is defined under amc.first.script, right? The same way, org.openqa.selenium.remote.desired capabilities, we are using the desired capabilities. Okay, so let me okay, so I already have this desired capabilities. So what you need to do is you need to type desired capabilities is equal to new desired capabilities. That's it. Okay, now you need to define what is your mobile version and all those things. So you need to define the capabilities. How to define that? You have created an object, of desired capabilities, right? So what you need to do, desired capabilities, then dot, click dot, it will give you option set capabilities, right? You need to select set capabilities, right? Now here you need to define the key and the value, right? What is a key, right? So key, or I can say desired capabilities, you can find it out using this website. Go to appium.io, right? This particular website, let me copy this. Okay, it will help you in the future, right? So right, go to this place, you will get all the desired capabilities. Okay, these are the desired capabilities. Okay, so what you need to do here is you want to tell what is your platform name. There are a lot of things, but minimum things which is required, you need to add it, right? So let me add the platform name. So how to add it? Copy this, right? Go to this, right? And add double quotes and add this, right? Platform name. Now what is the value for the platform name? Again open this. If you see here, which mobile OS platform to use, I am going to use Android. So copy this again, right, and paste here, right? So I am going to use the Android platform, right? Again, what I can do here is I can directly copy this, right? Desired capabilities dot set, right? Okay, sorry, the same thing actually, we don't need to okay, so what I am going to do is let me copy some more. Okay, so now here the next capability which we need to define, right? So I want to define the device name, right? Copy this, right, and I will paste here the device name, right? What is the value of device name? How to identify it? What should be the name? So again, go to command prompt and type adb devices, right? This is your device name. Okay, select this device name, mark it, right, and you can copy this using any method, right? I'm going to press enter, it got copied, right? So now here I will provide these details. Okay, so now
the next thing is which I want to define here is, right, here app, and there are a lot of things, right? You can define all those things or you can define specific things as well. Okay, if you see here iOS only capabilities, now you will see here Android only capabilities. Okay, Android only capabilities. So I need to define the app activity name. Okay, so app activity name I need to define. So what I can do here is I can copy this, right, and the package name also need to be defined. Okay, let me paste this as well. Okay, so now we need to identify what is a package name and the activity name, right? So in the last class we saw that how we'll get that details is once you select the APK file, it will automatically give you the details, right? So those details can be copied from this, right? So if you see here, let me copy paste it in the notepad file so it will be helpful for you to understand, right? Copy it, notepad, right? So this is my Android package name. So let me copy this, right, and paste it for a package. This is my package name, right? And what is my activity name? Launchable activity name, right? This is my launchable activity name, right? Copy it and paste it. Okay, I hope all these things are a little bit clear now, because all these things are minimum requirement to launch a app on your real Android device. Okay, okay, I have copied some of the things because actually I just want to complete this class, right? So what we need to define here is Android driver, right? So we need to just import this. See here, there is no option to import, right? So what we can do right now is we can convert this into a remote web driver. Okay, now it is showing the import option. Yes, import it. Okay, the same thing you need to initialize here, remote web driver. Okay, and this URL we need to import it as a java.net. Keep this in mind that whatever the import option we are using it, right, it should be correct. Okay, now what is the problem? Okay, add the declaration. Okay, what is this, right? This is the place through which Appium and this code is going to be communicated. Okay, communication is only happening with this particular URL, right? So let me show you. Let me stop the server, right? Let's go here and remove all these options. Right, remove the pre-launch as well, right, clear the logs and then start the server. See here, server has been started, right? So now let's open this URL on the browser and see what it will show. It will give you the result, right? See here, that URL did not map to a valid JSON. This is the only result. Actually, you will get this only when server has been started successfully. Okay, so now what I want to do is
I want to execute this code, right? So let me save this and let's see whether I can able to run this code or not. See here, it is trying to launch the app, right? See here, my app has been launched successfully, right? Okay, so this is a way you can launch your app using the script. Okay. In this session, we will see what are the best ways to get the app activity name and the package name. Okay, app activity means the launchable activity name, right? So both these things are very much important to run your Appium test. Without these details, it is not possible to launch an app in your device, right? So let's see what all are the best ways to get these details, right? What are all ways, right? So first way is to open a Appium GUI, right? Maybe you are going to write a code using Eclipse, but to get the details, what you can do here is you can open a GUI. Okay. Right. And what you can do here is you can go to Android and select the app for which you want to know the app package name and the launchable activity. Choose here, go here and go for like say Policy Bazaar, right? This is the app I'm going to choose, right? So if you see here com.policybazaar and the launchable activity is com.policybazaar.login.splash screen, right? So there is no option to copy it actually, right? So right, these are all activities which is listing, but you don't have an option to copy it. Okay, so how to copy it, right? So what you can do in this case is just go to settings, okay, right, and just start the server actually. Okay, just wait for the time it has been going to be start, right? Wait until the server gets start. Right, now it got started, right? But even though there is no app package name and the activity name which is printing here, right? So okay, so what else we can do here is we can say here stop it, right, and say pre-launch, right, and now again run it, right? Clear this, run it and clear this. Okay, so let me open a notepad, right, and I would say here, okay, let me stop the server actually. Okay, because I just wanted the details, right? So package name, I got it, right? So I will copy here, right, and I will say app package name and activity name, right? First option is using Appium GUI, right? So let me paste this, right? And here I will get launchable activity. Sorry, not this one. I think, yeah, this. If you see here, parsing package name and the activity name, so I can directly copy this actually. Okay, so let me copy this and paste it here, right? So okay, so this is a package name and this is a activity name, launchable activity name. Okay, let me say this as launchable activity name, right? Okay, this is a one way, right? Let me close this. Okay, now second way, right? Second way, using AAPT command. Okay, let's see how it works. Okay, how to get it, right? Just hold on for a second. Okay, so the second option is with using the AAPT. The command is AAPT dump badging, right? So let's see how to use this command or where to use it, right? So if I open a command prompt and type AAPT, it will not giving any result, right? So what I need to do here is I need to open a Android SDK, right? So I can directly go like this. Okay, Android SDK. This is a folder, right? I need to go to build tools and I need to do I can go in any one of the folder because all the folder have AAPT command. Okay, but I'm going to this because I have already copied the Policy Bazaar app under this, right? So if you want to know any APK file details, right, like app package name and the activity name, that APK file you need to copy to this location. Okay, then what you need to do is copy this, right? Go to command prompt, navigate to that location, right? Then you need to type that command, right? AAPT, right? AAPT, right? Oh, sorry. AAPT and the app package name, right? POL Policy Bazaar, right? AAPT dump badging and the app APK file detail, right? Or if your file is somewhere else, so you need to provide the complete path. But I used to copy it in this location, so it's easy to get the details, right? Now click enter. Oh my god, there are a lot of lines, right? But I don't know what is the package name and the activity name. Don't get worried, right? So what you need to do is just start from the log. You will get package name, right? Just mark this, right? Only you need to copy this, right? So this is a package name, right? Let me paste here, right? The package name, I have got the package name, and the same way you need to just check the lines. There should be some launchable activity, right? The name starts with the launchable. If you see here, launchable activity, right? So this is my launchable activity. What I need to do here is I need to just select it, copy it, right? Then paste it. If you see, both the package name and the activity name are the same, right? So this is the second option through which you can get the app package name and the activity name if you have the APK file, right? Okay, let me close this. Okay, now third way. The third way is you have you can directly install an app called APK Info, right, from the Play Store, right? So I will give you a demonstration how the app looks, right? Just hold on for a second. Okay, so I have put this video on a resume pause because I wanted to mirror my mobile screen, so I can show you what is the app name and the how you can download it, right? So go to Play Store, right? So go to Play Store and type APK Info, right? So you will get some of the listed apps here. You just download the first one. The icon is something like this. This is also work for you, but better to download this because this particular app has a search option. I will tell you what I am trying to tell you, right? Open it, right? That app is already installed on my mobile. That is the reason it is showing me to directly open it. Otherwise you just need to install it and then you can open it. Okay, let's wait for some more time. It will take some little time, right? So here there is an option to filter it, actually. POLI, Policy Bazaar, right? You need to press and hold it, right? Go for details, right? Let me maximize this, right? Now here you will get the app package name and the activity name. Okay, but here you will get little bit confused what is the app package name and the activity name. But if you see com.policybazaar is a app package name, okay, and the activity name, right? Let me scroll it, right? If you see here there are a lot of options, right? These are all activity names. So in this particular app there is little bit confusion what should be my app activity name or launchable activity name, right? As we already know, so I can say this is my app launchable activity. But if you don't know about it, then it is really difficult to identify what is your app launchable activity. Usually in most of the apps the first activity is a launchable activity, but not in all the cases. Okay, but this is also one way to identify and get the app package name and the activity name. Suppose take an example, you want to find a package name and the activity name of those apps which are inbuilt, right? In that case you don't get the APK files, right? So the first two options will not work for you. Then what you need to do, you need to go with this option only, and you need to try some of the app activity names one by one, and whatever the app activity name, launchable activity name will work you, then you can decide that okay, that is your launchable activity. Okay, fine. This is the third way. Okay, so let me close this. Now I think okay, so let me keep this as it is. Okay, so what you need to do is app info is an app which you need to download it, and you will get the app package name and the activity name. Okay, now the fourth option, right? Let me minimize this. What is the fourth option? Fourth option is little bit tricky, but I will give you the code as well. That is actually an Android code, okay, in which you will get all the app package name and the activity name at one shot. Okay, so for that what you need to do is you need to open an Eclipse. Okay, I suppose this is the name of that particular project. This is actually an Android project, not the Java project. That is the reason if you see here there is a small a, right? Here also you will see and notice small a, right? So both these are like a Android application, Android app, or I can say Android projects, right? So what I need to do here is I need to open this, right? And this is the code which has been written, right? I am not going to bother about it because I also copied this code from somewhere. Okay, I'm not going to explain all this code because I even don't know how the Android has been doing the code, right? But for how you need to execute this is, again, you need to go to help and go to Android, sorry, Eclipse Market, and you need to install the Android plugins to run this particular app. You need to install the Android plugins. You need to search here as a Android plugins, SDK plugins. You will get the details. You will install it. That's it. Nothing else. Okay. Once the installation has been done, let's wait. I'm not able to cancel it. Okay, I think it got cancelled, right? So once you install it, under window you will get that Android SDK manager, Android virtual device manager, right? All these options. Now what you need to do is you need to connect your mobile device. See, my mobile device has been already connected and it should be listenable under ADB devices, right? My device has been listing under ADB, right? After that, what you need to do is you just need to run this Android manifest.xml, right? Right click on it, say run as Android application. Okay. It will ask what application you want to run or on which device you want to run. So I will select this and it will automatically get start execution. See here, app activity and package info app has been installed and it has been picked all the details. Now what I need to do here is I need to copy this. Whatever the apps installed on my mobile, it has picked all those apps, package name and the activity name at one shot. Right, let me copy it. I'm not going to show you, right? Just hold on. I have pasted it. You can get these details, right? Like policy bazaar, I need a policy bazaar, right? POLICY. If you see here, the policy bazaar app package name and the activity name has been copied. Let me copy this, right? And the notepad file where we are maintaining using Android project, right? So this is a package name and this is the activity name, right? The same way you will get for anything actually, right? We got everything. Let me search for something like eBay. eBay was not there. And then what else I can search here is something like directly we can see here like Paytm, right? So Paytm is app, right? If you see here, Paytm app package name and the activity name, here it is showing. Okay, so this is a 4 different ways to get the details. Okay, okay, so in this session we will see how to find an element of your mobile app. Okay, so for that what we need to do is, right, like in Selenium we have an option to find a XPath using a Firebug, right? But this is a mobile device and we don't have any options to identify what is the element XPath or ID or anything through which you can click on that particular element, right? So exactly what we are using here is we have a tool called UI Automator Viewer. Okay, so how to open a UI Automator Viewer? Okay, so as we remember in some of the one of the class, we have already set some path values, right? So when you go to run and type Android, right, and you can directly go to Android tools actually. Okay, so in Android tools, right, you have a tool called UI Automator Viewer.bat, right? This is the file which we need to run it. But this particular URL or the address or the location has been already, we have mentioned it in a path variable. So you can access all these details like hierarchical view.bat or anything which is under this particular folder, you can access globally, right? So you don't need to go to that location and start it. But if in any case you are not able to access it globally, then you need to go to that location, right? Like you need to go to that location, right? And copy this location, open a command prompt, go to navigate to that location, right? Navigate to that location, and then you need to type a UI automator.bat, right? Else in our setup, which we have already done earlier as well, so what we need to do here is we need to just directly open cmd, right, and type UI automator viewer. Okay, this is a command, right? And once you click it, it will launch the UI. Okay, it will launch the UI automator UI, right? Let's wait. It will take some little time to open it, right? Okay, now it has been opened. Okay, so now I need to check whether my mobile has been able to detecting using the adb command or not, right? So for that, what we need to do, we need to go to command prompt, type adb devices, right? See, right now there is nothing is listing, right? So let me connect my mobile 192.168.0.2, right? ADB devices, right? My device has been now connected. Now whatever the screen is displaying on my mobile, it will be captured by the UI automator and the UI dump. What exactly the UI dump will do is it will get the details from the Android XML file and it will show you here, so through which you can get the resource IDs or the XPath or other details like class name, right, package name, all those details you will get it using that particular XML dump. Okay, so let me open any app. Let me open the Policy Bazaar app, okay, in my mobile. Okay, so let's wait for some time. Now it has been opened on my mobile actually. You guys might not able to see my screen right now because I have not mirrored it, but now when I will click on this particular device screenshot UI automator dump, it will fetch the details. Okay, it will take the snapshot. Let me show you first and then I will explain you. Okay, now this was the screen which has been opened on my mobile actually. Okay, if you want to, navigate to some other screen, then you need to change the screen on your mobile and then again you need to click on UI automator dump. Then the present screen, whatever the screen has been displaying on your mobile, will be displayed here. Okay, so now
what you need to do here is you need to find out the elements, right? So suppose you want to click home, right? So you need to find out the elements, right? If you want to click on this particular compare policies, so you need to click on the compare policies, right? So how to identify the elements, right? And how to uh, create a code for this, right? So let me try to explain you. Right, this is a complete frame actually. Okay, so right, so if you go and open it, right, one by one, you will get the details. Okay, so if I click on this, see, this particular portion has been highlighted, this particular portion has been highlighted, right? So if I want to check whether this is an image, right, this is an image, right, and this this complete layout under this, you will get under this, right? So if you want to click on compare policies, there are two options. You can search it using this tree, or else you can directly click on this particular image, right? So if you see here, this is an image and this is a text, right? So when you click on this, see here, there are some options, right? So there are, first is a index, then text, then resource ID, then class, package, and all these things, right? To click the to click any element, you might need some address of that element, right? So that address can be a resource ID or the name or anything else like XPath or CSS or anything, right? So if the best option is, if resource ID is available, then that is a best option to click on the elements. But if same resource ID is available for other elements also, then it might create a issue, right? So if you see here, this is text view 1, and if I click on this, this is text view 3, right? So I can click on this resource ID, right? com.policy bazaar id slash text view, right? I can copy this, right? In one of the session we have already okay, so let me do one thing. I have already some code with me. Let me check whether it is a policy bazaar app. Okay, it's a eBay app, right? So just hold on, let me check whether, okay, so fine. So we can do one thing, we can create a one class called, sorry, we can create a one project called policy bazaar. Okay, and let me create a one folder here called libraries. Okay, sorry, it got created. This is a package which we have created it, so let me rename it. The it can be amc dot policy dot bazaar. Okay, I will explain all these things, but I'm not for this particular session we need to focus on the UI automator portion. Okay, so let me create a one folder here, right? Lips, right? And let me copy the libraries from one of the project. Okay, it got, I'm just doing the configuration to start writing the code which we have already discussed, right? The initial steps we have already discussed it, right? So let me add this policy bazaar libraries, right? And okay, we are, let me create a one class called UI automator because I'm going to explain you the UI automator. Okay, UI automator, right? So here also we in the last class we already saw that how to find the package name and write the capabilities, right? So I'm not going to explain you once again. I already have that. Let me copy that details, right? Let me copy that details. This is for a policy bazaar app only. Okay, so let me copy these details. Add declaration. Okay, till now what we have done is we have configured the same thing to launch the app. Okay, now from here we need to start writing the code, right? So what we need to do here is, let me open the UI automator. Right now what I need to do here is, let me first try to click on compare policy, right? So if I want to click on this particular thing, right, so let me click on first my account, right? I can click on this, I can click on this, or I can click on this, right? So right now to complete this I have one resource ID available, right? So let me copy this resource ID. I just want to check whether the same resource ID is available for any other thing, anything else. So let me check this. This is a network hospitals, this is compare policies, this is alerts, right? So this is unique. So what I can do here is I can directly write driver dot find element, right, by dot id, right, and the string which we have copied it, you just need to paste it here. Then I can say dot click. Okay, my first step has done. My first step has done. Right now what I need to do here is, if I want to go for the next step, what I need to do here is I need to click on my real mobile device, right? And then what I need to do here, is once I will click on my mobile, then again I need to click on this particular button, that is device dump. Okay, so whatever the screen is present, it will open that screen. Okay, okay, now this is a screen which has been opened, right? So what I need to do here is I just going to tell you, I need to click on this. Okay, this resource ID is also available, so let me copy this and driver dot, right, find element, right, by dot id. Using id we are trying to click on that, right? So dot click. Okay, now I need to save it, right? So this is the way you need to start writing the steps, or I can say start writing the flow. So whatever the functionality which you want to test, you need to first try to create a complete flow. Then you can add your assertions or anything, right? So let me try to explain all these things. What is this, what is the use of all other three buttons and all those things, right? This is a UI automator viewer, right? So first of all, you can easily save this data to some location, right? So this is a save option, right? You can save it in any place. Let me save it on some place called let me save it under documents. Okay, documents under let me create it, right, udemy, right, and let me paste it, right? So it has been saved. Now you have an option to open it. So what I am trying to say here is, suppose for example you want to take your app snapshots, right? You can take a snapshots using a UI automator and save it, right? So you don't need to take again and again. You can save all the snapshots, and whatever the snapshot you need it, you can open it using the UI automator and start doing your automation, right? So you don't need to take every time all the snapshots. Once you have took the snapshot, you can save it. So when you save it, right, so when if I want to open any snapshot, right, so if I go to open, right, so it will ask two things. One is screenshot and one is UI XML dump, right? So don't think that if you take a snapshot using a mobile screen itself, right, we have options to take a screenshot of your mobile, right? If you have took the snapshots using your mobile and save it somewhere, so that snapshot will not work here, because we need a UI XML dump as well. Okay, let me show you. Just few minutes back we have saved this particular snapshot, right? So let me go and open the same snapshot. Okay, I have go here, you right? So this is a snapshot which I have copied it, right? Now again I need to provide the X dump as well, right? So here when you take a snapshot or save the data using the UI automator, you will automatically it will save this as well. This is a XML dump. All these details, right, all these details are displaying because of this only. So I need to select and I need to say okay, right? See here, now it is showing this, right? So this is a way you can take all the snapshot of your app and save it in some location, or if even you can send it to any friend or colleague who is also automating it, so he or she also don't need to take snapshots again and again, right? Or else in some of the companies what people used to do is they used to take a UI dump and the snapshots, and they will provide you as a tester, they will provide only the snapshots and the UI dump, and you need to start doing the automation using those dump, right? You can write and make a flow, right, and keep it ready. Once the app will be dispatched to you, you can test that using that particular flow, right? So this is a way UI automator works. Okay, thank you.
In this session, we will see introduction to TestNG. What is TestNG and how to use the TestNG, right? So first of all, in this session, we will understand what introduction to TestNG. Okay. So let me maximize this. Right. TestNG is a testing framework developed in the lines of JUnit and NUnit. Okay. However, it introduced some new functionalities that makes it more powerful and easier to use. Okay. Basically, what was happened is JUnit is used for API testing or the code test, right? They have some limitations. You cannot do a normal functionality testing using a JUnit. Okay, so to overcome that and to use, or I can say inspired by the JUnit, they have developed the TestNG. Okay, TestNG is designed to cover all categories of tests: unit, functional, end-to-end, integration, etc. And it requires JDK 5 or higher. Okay, it covers all kind of testing. Using TestNG, you can do unit test, you can do functional test, you can do end-to-end test, you can do integration testing. Okay, TestNG is an open source automated testing framework. Okay, as we have already seen that in the first line that it is a framework, right? Testing framework. Now we are defining here that TestNG is an open source tool, right? We already working on an open source tool, right? Appium. This is again an open source tool where NG of TestNG means the next generation. Okay, NG stands for next generation. TestNG is similar to JUnit, but it is much more powerful than JUnit. But still, it's inspired by the JUnit. It is designed to be better than JUnit, especially when testing integrated classes. Right? Pay special thanks to Credit Boost, who is the creator of TestNG. So Credit Boost has been started thinking that how to do a functional testing using a JUnit. So they have come up with then some new ideas and they have developed TestNG. Okay. TestNG eliminates most of the limitations of the older framework and gives the developers the ability to write more flexible and powerful tests with the help of easy annotations, grouping, sequencing, and parameterizing, right? Okay. Let's see the benefits of TestNG. What are the benefits of TestNG? It gives the ability to produce HTML reports of execution, right? So TestNG have its own mechanism to generate the reports. You don't need to go for a new utility or the third party app to create a reports. Okay. Annotations made testers' life easy. If you have annotation, you just need to put the annotation in top of any method. So that will easily work. Otherwise, you need to write some code to understand or execute the methods, right? Test cases can be grouped and prioritized more easily. You can group it something like, I can say sanity tests, I can say main test cases, I can say ship readiness test cases, right? You can group the test cases using a TestNG group. Okay, so what will happen is whenever you want to execute, you can easily execute only the sanity test cases or only the ship readiness test cases. Okay, so TestNG will give you the ability to execute only specific groups as well. Okay, parallel testing is possible. TestNG provides the ability to execute or open different browsers parallelly and execute your test parallelly on all the browsers. Okay, generate logs. TestNG have inbuilt reporter logs, right, where you can even append your user base details, or otherwise it will generate the logs as well. Data parameterization is possible. This is one of the biggest thing which has been introduced under TestNG. You can do a parameterization of the data which you want to give as an input. Okay, so this is all about the TestNG introduction. In this session, we will see what all annotations available for TestNG and how we can use those annotations in Eclipse, right? So to just see what will execute first and what will execute next, alright? Or I can say the sequence, the order which annotations will work, right? Let's first discuss what all annotations are available, right? Okay, so there are so many annotations available for TestNG, right? So we have took some of the annotations here to explain you how it works, right? At the rate before suit, the annotation method will be run before all tests in this suit have run, right? After suit, the annotate method will be
run after all tests in this suite have run. Okay, before test, the annotated method will be run before any test method belongs to the class inside the tag is run. Okay, after test, the annotated method will be run after all the test methods belongs to class inside the tag have run. Right, before groups, the list of groups that this configuration method will run before. This method is guaranteed to run shortly before the first test method that belongs to any of these group is invoked. After group, the list of groups that this configuration method will run after this method is guaranteed to run shortly after the last test method that belongs to any of these groups is invoked. Before class, the annotation method will be run before the first test method in the current class is invoked. After class, the annotated method will be run after all the test methods in the current class have been run. Before method, the annotated method will be run before each test method. After method, the annotated method will be run after each test method. At the rate test, the annotated method is a part of a test case. Okay, so this is just a description of all these things. Let's see how we can execute, right? So open the Eclipse. Okay, now here if you create a new project, right, and name it as test ng, right? So here you need to create a class. Okay, so before creating a class, I just want to tell you that by default testng plugins will be not get installed. So for that, what you need to do here is you need to go to help, go to Eclipse Marketplace. Okay, and it will launch the Eclipse Marketplace. This is as good as or as same as marketplace which is available for Android, right? We have a Play Store. The same way Eclipse also have a marketplace, so you need to download the plugins. So you just need to write test ng and enter. It will give you test ng here, plugins. You need to install it. Okay, just click install, right, and say confirm. Once the okay, accept the license and say finish. It will install the plugins. Okay, once the installation has been done, it will ask for the restart. Click OK. Sorry, now it is asking for the restart. Click OK. Okay, now you can create a test ng class, right? Here create a class, simple class, okay, and type it as, suppose for example, annotations, right? And now let's see what all annotations will work in what sequence, right? So what I can do here is I can copy paste this, all the annotations, right? All the annotations, copy it, and let me paste here. Okay, so let's do something. Delete. I just want to execute all the annotations. Okay, I will tell you why I am doing this. Okay, okay, now see here all the annotations has been present, right? So what I can do here is I can directly create a method, public void public void, and I will use the same method name as before method, right? And okay, so now let's see here why it is giving you the message. Add test ng libraries, just add it. Okay, it got added. Now go here, okay, right? Sometimes what happen is like test ng is inbuilt in all the Eclipse, right? So to distinguish if annotations are same for test ng and JUnit, so sometimes you might need to write with the complete package. Okay, so it will give you an option to change that actually, right? So I have written with complete package, right? Now let me copy this. Okay, let's do one more thing is syso, right? This is a shortcut method to write system.out.println. You need to type syso and type control space. Okay, it will give you an option, say enter. See, system.out.println has been automatically typed, right? This is a shortcut. Okay, I will say before suit. Okay, let me copy this, right, and paste here, paste here, paste here, right? I will change all the annotations, right? So you can see what annotations will execute when and what is the sequence of that. Okay, at the rate test can be multiple, so I'm going to create a one more at the rate test. Okay, so here I will say test 1. Okay, and here I will say test 1, or I can say test 2, right? And here I will say test 1 and test 1, right? And here I will directly copy this, paste it,
paste here, right? Before method, copy it, paste it, paste here, alright. Then copy this after class, right? Paste here, paste here. Copy this, paste here, and paste here, right? So let me quickly complete this. Right, before groups, right? And two more are left, so let me copy this, right? After suit, okay, so copy paste is done. Now what is the error? Change it to this, change it to before test, right? Change it to after test, change it to before groups, right? And after groups, before class, after class, right? Before method, after method, @test, and @test, right? Everything is done now. So let me execute this. Now you will see one more option when you say run as, right? Earlier you will get only Java application. Now you will get the test ng as well. Okay, let me run as a test ng. Okay, allow. If you see here, before test, then before suit, right? Before suit, before test, before class, before method, then test1. Then again after method has been executed, then before method, test2, after method, after class, after test, right? I think we have missed after suit. Okay, after suit has been executed here. Actually it was not listing under here, but it got executed. After suit also got executed. Okay, so this is a way actually test ng annotations will work, right? If you have any confusions, what is a sequence, when to use what, right? So best way is to use all the things in the same class and try to execute it. So it will give you the sequence. According to the sequence, you can try to implement the things. So for example, if you want to set all the capabilities, right, in the suit, so you can define all the things in the suit. Then suppose test some environments or some operating systems or something you need to define.
you can define it into a before test. Then with respect to class, if there is a prerequisites, you can define in the before class. If you have some prerequisites with respect to that specific test, so those you can define it under a before method, right? So this is a way all the annotations of the test ng will work, right? Okay, thank you.
In this session, we will see how to execute a multiple test ng XML files, right? Take an example, you have a test suite, right? Or I can say here is, suppose take an example, you have a huge mobile application, right? Where you have created a class, multiple classes, right? Say take an example, 10 classes you have created it, right? So those 10 classes can be easily executed using a testng.xml file. So that testng.xml file is a one set. Then another test cases, around 20 test cases have been executing using one more testng.xml file. Now your requirement is to execute both the files, or I can say you want to execute both the set of all the 30 test cases. So you have one more option. What you can do in that case is you can create a one third testng.xml file and include all the 30 test cases on it and execute it, right? Or else the best option and the available option in testng is, what you can do is you can directly execute both of this by writing a small code, right? Let's discuss how to do that. Okay, so again create a one more testng.xml file, right? I can make it as suite files.xml, right? So basically what we are trying to do here is we have one particular set of test cases which are mentioned already into a change order.xml file, and some other test cases have been mentioned under testng.xml file. Now we want to execute both the XML file using one single file. So the initially which we have discussed is, we have one option is we can copy all the tests available under this, copy this and paste it under this, and whatever the tests available under this, copy this and paste it under this, right? But if you have around, right now we are using the two test cases, right? So it's easy to copy paste. If we have a 30 or we have more than 100 test cases, right? So it's very difficult to copy paste it and create a new file. So why don't we directly call these two files and execute it, right? So yes, testng provides that mechanism to call directly the XML files as well. Okay, so let me show you how to do that. I already have the code with me, so let me copy this. Okay, so see here, what I am trying to do here is that there is a new tag, right, that is called a suite files. So you can directly call the file paths, file names, right? So file path, suite hyphen file, then path, change order.xml and testng.xml, right? So I am calling these two files. If you have another five XML files, you can even call it using the same way, right? So now let's try to execute it and show you how it gets executed. Okay, now see here, we got the error message, right? So today we'll see how to resolve it, right? It is clearly saying two suits cannot have the same name, end-to-end policy bazaar suit, right? Because when you open this, right, so the suit name is end-to-end policy bazaar suit, and here also end-to-end policy bazaar suit, right? I can make it as sec2 suit 2, right? Now let's see whether I can able to execute it. See, execution has been started. Okay, so what should be the order, right? Let's open this. So change order, right? So change order, let me open first change order. Change order says first execute order and then annotations. Okay, so let's see here. See here, first it has been executed the order and then annotation, right? And just opposite in the next suit is first annotations will be executed and second is order will be executed, right? So this is a way you can execute the multiple testng.xml files using a suit files, right? This is very useful actually when you start executing your test, right? So you might need this. So suppose take an example, you might have a sanity test cases, you might have a ship readiness test cases, you might have a main test cases, right? So what you can do is, if you want to execute all the end-to-end scenarios, you can include all the things and execute it. Or if you want to execute only test sanity test cases, you can directly execute the sanity test case, right? Okay, so this is a way you can execute it. Okay, thank you. Okay, so in this example we will see how test cases can be passed, failed or skipped. Okay, so let's take an example. Let me open the Eclipse. Okay, so we already have the testng, right? Testng project, and we already have two classes as well, right? So let me open one of the class, order.java, right? So okay, so right now whenever we execute this test, always the test case is passed, right? Let me run this and show you the results, right? When it get executed, at the end it will give you the summary, right? If you see here, test run 6 and failure 0 and skipped 0, right? So now we want to see if test case fails, so how it looks and what all places we can observe the issue, right? So what is the use of that, right? So the point is, what is the use of that? So let me take an example of the test case. When you log into your app, so you want to check whether the app has been really logged in. So you need to put some verification point, right? So that verification point can be some text verification. Like for example, most of the places when you logged in, so it will give you some welcome message saying welcome to Rahul, right? If you have logged in as a Rahul user, so it may give you a text saying welcome Rahul, or thanks for logging Rahul, right? There are a lot of other options as well. Or maybe you can directly take some text after login, whatever the text will be displayed like on a home page, you can get that text and you can compare it by with the expected text, right? So let's try to first do some of the things, right? Like let's take an example. Let me show you first how the test case fails, right? And how it looks. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take two string values. Okay, I can say value1 equal to, I can say Rahul, right? Go to and, right? And here I am going to take string value2 as, again, suppose for example Shrikant, right? And one more value I'm going to take as string only, and value3 equal to, again, Rahul, right? So let me show you how we can add the assertions, right? So I will tell you how assertion works, right? What we need to do here is we need to add the assertions. Basically assertions is a validation points. Okay, so how to add that? Assertion assert dot assert equals to, right? So you have get so many options. Now I just want to compare two string values, right? So let me go for string value. right? This is a string value, actual and the expected one. So actual value can be a value which you can get it from the execution time, and the expected value which you can directly put it, right? So let's take an example. Value 1 was the expected value, right? So I'm going to put this expected value, right? And actual value which you are going to get while executing the test, right? So take an example, that value comes as Rahul only. Okay, so let me copy this and paste it here. Okay, this is a test case. Sorry, I have added at the wrong place. Let me cut this. I want to add this under the test, right? So this is a test 3, right? So I am going to add under test 3, right? So okay, test 3, right? And now I want to add one more thing here under this, right? And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to actual value going to be changed as 2, right? So what should be the result? The result should be third test case should be passed because both the values are equal, and test case 4 should be failed because test case value, both the values are different, right? So let's try to execute this test. Okay, so see here, now the value it is showing that there are 6 test cases has been executed, 1 was failed and 0 was skipped, right? So if you see here, it is clearly mentioned here that expected value was Rahul, right? But it's found Shrikant. So basically what will happen is, suppose that for example after there should be some your company text which is displaying on your app, right? You want to validate it whether that text is correct or the text which has been displaying is right or wrong, right? So you can copy the text which is correct and keep it as a expected result, and while executing your test, fetch the get the text from the while doing execution and compare it, so you will get the result. If both the texts are not matching, then your test case will be failed. If both the text is matching, then your test case will be pass, right? So this is a way you can use the assertions, as well as you can find out whether your test case has been pass or fail, right? So now what you can do here is you can you can check in the reports as well, right? So if you see here, only test case 4 has been failed, right? So if I click on this, it will give you a failure exception why it got failed, right? So if you see, expected was Rahul but found Shrikant, that is a reason your this test has been failed. Okay, so now let's see how we can check or see the observation of if any test case will be skipped, right? Okay, for skipping test, what I'm going to do here is, let me do, okay, so let me create a one variable as a boolean. I can say skip equal to true. Okay, I'm putting the value as a true. Okay, so now what I am going to do here is I want to skip my test case 6. Okay, so okay, I want to skip my test case 6, right? So what I am going to do here is in fifth test case I am putting the value skip equal to false, right? When test case get executed and when it comes to this, skip variable get changed to false, right? and I will decide here in before method, right? Before method I will decide whether I need to skip. Yes. So what I can mention here is if skip is false, right? Meaning of this is skip is, if skip is false, then what I need to do, I can directly say new skip exception. Okay, I think we need to throw that skip, throw new skip exception. Okay, just hold on. Okay, so actually throw new exception. Okay, I just going to copy this exception, S capital and E capital, exception, right? So I can import this new exception, right? And I need to put here why I am skipping this, right? So skipping test case 6. Okay, at the end semicolon, right? So what I have doing here is I am checking, because before method will all execute before the test, right? Every, there is a test, right? Test 1, test 2, test 3, right? So at after test 5th, what it will do is it will check what is the value of skip. Skip value will become false, and when it comes to before test, sorry, before method, what it will do is it will check whether the skip value is false. Yes, it's false, so it will say skipping test case, right? And whatever the test case comes after that, that will be skipped. Okay, let's see how it looks, right? So let me execute this. See here, now it is showing there is a 6 test cases which have been executed. One was failed and one was skipped, right? And this was a configuration because before method was been and after method was be there. Let's see under this, right? So if you see here, 6th test case has been skipped, and obviously before method and after test will also been skipped because this particular test case has been skipped. Okay, so this is a way you can add your details whether you want to skip the test case at any runtime, right? You can write your own logics using that. You can skip the test cases, you can fail the test cases, right? So what will happen is when you execute your suit, it will automatically give you the exact results. So using that, watching that results, you need to get understand whether your test case has failed. If it is failed, what is the reason of failing, right? So that is very important, right? So this is a way you can check pass, fail and the skip test. Okay, thank you. Okay, so in this example we will see how testng parameter, we can do a parameterization, right? And how to pass the optional values and other things as well. Okay, so for that I am going to take one example which is already available in the over the internet, right? So let's take this example, right, where they are trying to pass the variable, right? So let me create the same class, right, to show you how it works, and I will explain you as well, right? Copy this and create a same class, right? So that will be helpful for you to get understand, right? So create a class, right? So whenever you paste it, right, so every time you will see that type name is not valid. The reason is it is taking space, right? So just remove the space and now it will get accept this, right? Say finish, right? So let me copy the code as well. So let me copy the code. Okay, so let me copy the code, right? So here obviously we need to import the parameters. So here kindly remember this, you need to import the test ng parameters. Okay, don't import any other parameters. Okay, imported the parameters and the test ng test, right? See, now all the error has been gone, right? Okay, so here what we are doing here is we are passing the parameter using this particular suit param, right? And in till now we have created a methods without the parameters, right? This is the, I can say these are the arguments, right? Without the arguments till now we have created the methods, but when you want to pass the parameters, obviously you need to create a argument, and this argument value should be present here, right? So whatever the value will pass for this suit param will print under this system dot out, right? This particular value will come here, right? So what will happen is, suppose take an example, in testng file you have mentioned suit param is equal to Shrikant. So Shrikant will come to this parameter. Using this parameter, this will come under this string as param, and this string will come to this value, and it will print this value as Shrikant. Okay, so this is a one example. Second following example is, take an example parameter, the same thing, right? So again here the second value we are trying to print, right? If you want to print or pass two values, right? If suppose your method have two arguments, right? So how to pass that? You can pass it using this particular way, right? Now in this case you are passing two values, right? See here, because we have two particular parameters, or sorry, two particular arguments, so that is a reason you need to pass two parameters. If you created using one, right, using one, and if you are passing two parameters, then your test case will not execute and it will give you an error message saying parameters are not matching. Okay, fine. So let me save this, and for this you need to create a XML, right? So in the last classes we already discussed about the testng XML, right? So I'm not going to create one more time. What I can do here is I can say I can create a blank, right? I can say parameter.xml, right? And under this XML they already provided the XML, so I'm going to paste that XML. Okay, copy this and paste here, right? There are some lines which are missing. Let me open this testng.xml file, right? These two lines are needed. Right, now we are done, right? Let me save this. Okay, so now if you see here, this is a first test case, right? In the first test case we have one parameter. So here what we need to do is we need to define a parameter using like this. There is a tag which is specifically created for parameters. So parameter, then parameter name, then value, right? Here I can say Appium Master, right? Now you can change the value from the without touching the code, right? You can change any value here. It will reflect in this particular test, right? Okay, so my test name is parameter test1, right? Okay, this you can give anything, that's not a problem. Now class, right? When we talk about the class, we don't have any packages. This is a default package. So what I can do here is I can remove this package name, right? And under that, if you see parameter test1, right? So let me open this. The test case name is parameter test1. We have included that. Okay, let me save this. Okay, now what we are doing here is we are creating one more test with the same class and including only one particular test, right? Now here also what we are going here is we are planning to give here, suppose take an example, parameter name as Shrikant, right? Again we we don't have package, so I'm removing that, right? So let me save that, right? It's better that whenever you do any changes, just save your file. Okay, okay, now third test we are executing it, and the same test, same class we want to execute, right? So better I will first remove the package name which is not required. But in the third test, if you see, we have passed two parameters, right? We need to pass two parameters. Now see here, we need to pass two parameters here, right? So you need to provide two parameters for this particular class. Okay, so this is a way you can provide or give parameters. Okay, let me run this. Okay, sorry, I executed the wrong XML file. We need to execute this parameter.xml file, right? So let me run this. Let's check the console value, right? So test1 suit param is master, Appium Master. The test2 param is Shrikant. 3 was overriding suit parameter, test3 parameter, right? So these two parameters I have not changed it, right? I've taken example. Now I want to change these parameters as well, right? So I can say welcome to Appium Master classes, right? And here I will say thank you, right? So now if I execute this, now see the values are going to be changed here, right? And we have not touched any code. This is a XML file only, right? So let me change it. Let me rerun it. See here, the values has been changed, right? So this is a main reason why we need a parameterization, right? So this is a way you can do a parameterization. Okay, so let me hold this class for a few seconds. Okay, okay, so now we will see if I want to give some optional value, right? So, or I can say default value of the parameter, right? So what I can do in that case is I can go to parameters, right? And take an example. I want to give this default value. If we have not passed any value for suit param, so optional or the default value will be automatically took, right? So how to do that? We need to type @ optional, okay, and we need to import the annotation. @optional will be the annotation which we need to use, and here we need to provide the optional value, right? And now when you save this, right, and in this particular parameter.xml, I'm going to remove this. Okay, I'm going to remove this, right? Now I'm going to execute this. Now let's see what will be the result. See, test case has been executed successfully, right? Everything is green. Here also if you see, total test was run 3, failure 0 and skip 0. And here if you see, optional value will be automatically took, right? Now in the same case, if I remove this, right, let me copy the data which I have done cut, right? Now if suppose if I remove this parameter, right, and we have not given any optional value for this this parameter, right? So see here, second one, there is no optional value, right? So if I save it and if I run it, then see, it should give a error message. See, one test case has been automatically skipped. The reason, let's see the reason. If I click on this, see here, is required by @test on the method parameter test2, but has not marked at the optional or defined, right? So we have not provided any parameter in the test ng, and even we have not provided any @optional, right? So that is the reason that particular test case has been skipped, right? So this is a way you can provide the optional values, right? Let me undo that, right? So in the future we can execute that. Okay, so let's wait for, okay, so this is a way you can execute it. Now we need to see depends on. Okay, let's see the depends on. Okay, now we'll see how depends on works, right? For that I am going to take a real example, or the example which is already provided on the internet, right? So let me take this example. Let me create a class called depends test using this, right? So let me copy this and create a class, right? I created a class. Let me copy that data. Okay, let me copy and paste complete data. Right. So let me save this. Let me import this. Okay, just hold on. Okay, they might be using a different class for this, right? So what we can do here is we can directly say, right, let's see, is there any class message named, right? So there is a message utility. Let's copy this as well, right, to get understanding of the thing. So let me create a class as message utility, right, and paste the content. Okay, so now this error has been removed because this is a class which they have created it first and then depends. Now let's talk about how depends on works, right? So basically, whenever you want to mention that this particular test is depends upon the second test, right, take an example. If you want to execute a Facebook app or automate a Facebook app, so you can go to a home or a change password option only when you have logged in. All right. So if suppose there are two test cases, one test case is login, the another test case is log out. So logout can be depends on login, because if login test case is passed, then only logout test need to be executed. Otherwise, there is no use of executing that, because that is going to be fail only, right? So you can mention as depends on methods, right? So this particular test is depends on init environment test, where it is test 1. See here, test environment, init test environment. This particular test is depends upon this. Okay, so let's execute this. So I think we need a XML file as well, testng.xml, right? So okay, here they have provided it. So let me copy this and create as depends on. Depends on .xml, right? So let me paste that. All right, save it, and yeah, that's it. So we need to run this. So see here, it got executed, right? This is init environment test, inside test prints Manisha, and then inside this and hi Manisha, right? So this is a way you can define depends on, you can define depends on the another test, right? This test is depends upon this test. So this is a way you can define this, define a depends on method. Okay, I hope everybody is able to understand this. Okay, fine, thank you.
In this session, we are going to see how we need to install a VMware. What is the need of VMware? Let's talk about that first, right? Let me open a notepad, and if you want to install a Mac operating system on top of Windows, so we need a one interface where we can install and configure a new operating system. That interface is basically a VMware, right? VMware is nothing but a interface where you can easily install and configure a different operating system. Virtual machines, you need to start or install a virtual machine, right? So first of all you need a VMware, right? And then you need a Mac image, right? So first in this particular session we are going to see how to install a VMware and what is the prerequisites for that and how to configure it, right? Because this is a paid software, so you can even buy it and install it, or else I have downloaded a video where it has been explained how you can install a VMware and start using the Mac, right? So I'm just going to play that video, so that will be helpful for you, so to understand how you can install the VMware and configure it, right? So just hold on, let me open that. So let me start the video, just hold on. So this is a video which I'm going to play, so you can able to understand it, what are the steps which you need to execute it, right?
So let me maximize it. You need a WinRAR for that. You can download it and install it, right? So once you download it, you will get a 4 different files which is displaying in the screen, right? So you just need to extract the all files into a single folder. Right, it's done. So once you open it, so you can see this is a one file which is around 7.10 GB, right? So you can verify it whether it is showing this that particular thing. Now you can download the VM player and start installing it. This is a VMware Player 7. You can even download and install the workstation as well, VMware workstation. Okay, now you, you need to run this particular file as a run as administrator. Don't forget that you need to run as administrator, then only it will execute it. Open the VM player, right? See here 7.0.0 build has been installed, right? This is a VMware 7. Open the virtual machines, go for desktop where you have extracted the files, open that folder and open the file which is highlighting it, right? Go for edit virtual machine. Here you can set the memory if you have a more GB, so you can provide a more RAM to your virtual machine. From here you can select the processors. Just follow the video which it is showing, right? If you see here Apple Mac OS X is showing, right? So it should display that. Now you can start playing it. Play virtual machine. So in between that, I want to tell you one more thing here is, if when you start it and if your machine got hang on a Apple icon, that means you have missed one step. So that particular step is you need to enable a virtualization option in the boot setup. Okay, so for that what you need to do, you need to go for a boot setup, right? You can search it on Google how you can navigate to a boot setup. It is in a boot, right? So you can go to boot and just enable a virtualization. If you don't enable it, then it's not possible to launch a Apple, or I can say Maverick OS, right? So let me resume this video. Just say I copied it, right? Usually this is a step which where people are facing issues. This particular interface where it is showing the Apple icon, right? So sometimes it happens that that particular Apple icon will, in that particular place your machine will get hang, right? So in that case you need to enable the virtualization in the boot, right? Just follow the steps which video is following, right?
you need to install the VMware tools. For that, you need to import it first. Once the import has been done, you can install it from here, right? Just need to install it. You just need to say restart, because once the tools has been installed, you need to restart your VMware or machine. Right? Just unmount it, it's not required. See here in the full screen mode, you can able to access the Maverick OS, right? This is 10.9, right? And so everything is already installed, the Ethernet, audio, camera, right? So you don't need to be worry about it. You even directly connect your iPhone devices to this Mac and do all the operations which we used to do it from the real device, real Mac device. All the USB 3.0 ports, these drivers has been already installed on in this particular VM, right? So this is a way you can install your Maverick 10.9 install on your Windows machine, right? Okay, great. Thanks for watching this video.
Hello, welcome to Appium Master classes. Today in this example we will see how to install and set up Appium in Mac OS, or I can directly say Maverick OS, right? The current version is 10.10 and the Maverick version is 10.9. So I'm going to install Appium and configure all each and every prerequisites in Maverick operating system, right? Okay, let's begin. So the prerequisites are, first we need to download Java. So for downloading Java we need to go oracle.com and we need to download a JDK. So I already have downloaded the JDK, but this is a site from where you can download the JDK, right? Okay, great. So here you need to just say accept, and here you need to download a DMG file. Okay, so Mac OS is basically supports .dmg file and other formats, so you can download this particular build. Okay, fine. Okay, so this is a first pre-requirement, right? The second one is you need to download the Xcode, or this is basically a IDE, right? So the current Xcode version is 6.2 is in beta release, but if you want to download the already released version, so you can download the Xcode 6.1.1 if you're using 10.10 version, or if you're using the Maverick version which is 10.9, you can download the Xcode from here. Sorry, actually we need a command line tools and Xcode. You can download the Xcode from here in this link. This is a 6.1.1 version, and this is a command line tools for 10.9 version, right? So you need to download this and this both, right? These are the both prerequisites for installing Xcode IDE, right? And Xcode IDE is a prerequisite for Appium, or I can say this is prerequisite to open a iPhone simulators. Fine. So to open an iPhone simulator, we need these Xcode versions. Or if you are looking for a older versions, you can go down here and see here this Xcode 6.1 is available, and other versions also available in the pages. Whatever the version you needed, you can download it from this particular link, developer.apple.com. One biggest thing here is which we needed is you need a Apple account with developers account, or you need a developers account access, right? So you should go through other articles where you can get it, how to get a developer privileges, right? Great. But this is free. You don't need to pay anything for this. This is a free. You can download it from this particular website. Okay. So once you have downloaded it, right? So this is, suppose for example I have started downloading it, but I have stopped it because I don't need this actually, right? This I already have downloaded a Xcode version, right? Here if you see, I have already downloaded the Xcode 6.1.1 command line tools, and I will show you, let me show you where I have kept my builds, right? So here I have kept all my builds which are required for me to start with, right? So this is a command line tools, right? And this is a Xcode, and this is Java, right? Let me begin with the Java, and once you install all these three things, you can start with prerequisite setup, right? Let me show you how to start and set up prerequisites for Appium, right? This is a Appium build also I have downloaded it, right? So let me start with this. Just double click on this. It will open it, it will mount it, and it will give you to install a package. You just need to click on this and installation will begin. Okay, so installation will begin. You just need to say continue, 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 and finish. That's it. You don't need to do any other further steps, right? So in my case, I already have the JDK is installed, so I'm just skipping this step, right? I hope everybody can able to understand this is the easiest step, right? So once it is done, you can directly right click on this and say eject, right? We don't need this, right? Now the second thing is we need to install the command line tools. Again the same process, right? You just need to click on this and the installation will begin, right? You don't need to bother about anything. You just need to say continue, continue, and finish. That's it, right? So in my case, again it is already installed, so I hope everybody can able to understand these steps. So I'm just skipping this one also, right? Okay, fine. Now come to Xcode 6.6.1 DMG installation. Again, before that, better you can have a, you don't need this, right? So just say eject, right? So now double click on this. So Xcode will look like something this, right? what you need to do is, here it is clearly mentioned drag to install Xcode in your application folder. So what you need to do here is, once you double click on this, you will get a prompt of Xcode here, right? So what you need to do is, you need to drag this, right? See here, I'm dragging this, right? Drag this and drop to your applications folder, right? But actually for me, again, I already have installed my Xcodes, right? So I'm again skipping this step. It will take a huge time to copy the builds and then you need to install it, right? So this is a simple steps. You don't need to do any changes. You just follow what all instructions they are providing it, and you are good to go with the IDE setup, right? Okay, great. So again, I am going to eject this, right? Okay, so the prerequisites, all the prerequisites we have installed it, right? Once the installation has been done, so you will see your installations under applications, right? Just go to applications and you will find your Xcode here, right? So what you need to do here is, you just need to double click on this. Once the installation has been done, after that you just need to double click on this. Okay, okay, just wait for a few seconds. Okay, so once the Xcode has been opened, before that it will display this page, right? So first of all, we need to check and verify whether your Xcode has been properly installed and how to open a simulator, right? So let's try to make a one sample code project, right? So we need to say here, create a new Xcode project. Right, this will look like something this, right? So what we need to do here is, we have a lot of options to create a sample project, but I'm going to just select a simple view, means like simple view project, or I can say single view application, where I can only see a normal page. That's it. I don't want to, I don't bother about what we are going to display, right? We are just wanted to see whether our simulator is working fine or not, right? So just go and select this and click next. Provide some name called demo 1, right? And say next, right? You need to provide some folder name. So I'm going to create a one folder called demo 1, right? Click create and say create, right? So once you have been created the new project, this will look something like this, right? So now don't need to bother about what all settings we need to do it. We don't need to bother about this. We just need to click on this, right? Before that, you can select this, right, and see what all simulators have been displaying. In my case, I already selected only iPhone 5, so that is the reason it is showing iPhone 5, right? So now what it will do is, once you click on this, it will build this project and open a simulator and execute your this first test on the simulator. And our requirement is, we need to see whether our simulator is opening properly and displaying or not, right? So let me play this, run this, right? Here if you see, the loading bar is started, right? So first it will do compilation and do the build, and then it will launch, right? Build succeeded. if you see here, one simulator has been started, right? Let me minimize this. See here, the simulator has been started. So before going to install Appium and start the scripting, before that we need to do all these things, because once you start the installation, once you start writing the script and you wanted to execute your script into a simulator, you need the simulator need to be ready, right? For that, first we are just verifying it whether our simulator is working properly or not, right? Hold on for a second, it will take time to load. And if suppose whenever you launch it first time, maybe the dimensions of your phone might be little bit on 100%, so you can go to window scale and you can minimize the percentage of the iPhone simulator, right? Great. Okay, so my simulator has been started, right? Okay, so demo 1 has been launched, right? That means whatever the project we have created in Xcode, that has been successfully launched here, right? And this is the project demo 1, right? Okay, so our first prerequisite to launch a simulator or iOS simulator has been successful, right? Now I can close this simulator, right? Okay, so now I don't need Xcode, right? So I'm just going to close this as well, right? Okay, now my second step is to verify whether Java has been installed or not properly, right? Actually this is the first step, so better whenever you install it, first you need to verify whether your Java has been installed properly or not. So for doing that, once the installation has been done, no need to go for a Java underscore home setup and all those things. That is also one of the step, but if you don't do that, then also it will work. But only thing is you need to check whether your commands are working properly or not, right? For doing that, what you need to do is java hyphen version, check whether your commands are working properly or not, right? For doing that, what you need to do is java hyphen version, right? So if you type this command java hyphen version, and if it is start displaying a particular version number, that means you're good to go with the Java as well. So that means your whatever the installation has been done, that has been already configured your Java properly, right? If you are not able to see Java version, that means your Java has been not installed successfully. For that, you need to check out what went wrong, and in that case you need to go and set up a java underscore home and the java underscore home into a path variable, right? And for me, I have tried it without doing that, but for me it is working fine. Only thing is you need to check whether java hyphen version is displaying a proper result or not, right? Okay. Okay, so command line tools, we have installed it, we have installed the Xcodes, our Java has been installed successfully. Now the time is to install the Appium, right? So again go to the installation location, or sorry, not installation location, go to the build location where your builds have been kept, right? So here I have copied my build, right? Or downloaded my build, right? Appium, I'm currently using 1.3.4, right? And now 1.3.5 is already released, so you can download that as well if you need the latest build, right? So what you need to do here is just again the same steps, double click on this, it will mount the Appium and it will show you Appium to drag and drop to an application, right? Again the same step, you need to drag it and drop it into an application, right? Okay, so for me this step have been already executed, right? So I'm going to skip this. There is no other steps, you just need to copy it and just follow all the instructions which it will show you, right? Once you're done, you will see, go to applications and you will find Appium under this, right? So once you are able to see Appium under this, that means your Appium has been installed successfully, right? Now you just go here and say eject, we don't need it, right? Fine. So now what you need to do here is you just need to double click on this. Right. Okay. So your Appium looks like this, right? When you see Appium UI and Windows, you don't find this option, right? But in Mac OS you will find both the options, Android as well as iOS, right? So that means what you need to do, so that means it's Appium supports both the things in Mac OS, right? Means like you can automate your Android as well as iOS applications with Appium if you are using a Mac OS, right? Okay, just hold on for a second. Okay, so now we need to verify whether all the installation and prerequisites for Appium has been configured properly or not, right? For that, Appium is providing a very good option called Appium Doctor, right? You just need to click on this. It will open a terminal and it will check all your prerequisites, right? It will automatically check all your prerequisites for iOS. I'm not going to set anything for Android. I'm just going to set up, and I have already set up all the things for iOS. And if you see here, all are in green mark, right? When you do this, sometimes you may find here that Node is not installed, right? So in that case it will give you a message as not installed, and if you want to install, click Y, right? So you just click Y and it will automatically install it if your machine has been connected to the internet, right? So once that is done, so it will give you all the green marks. If it is giving all the green marks, that means your installation, or I can say all the prerequisites for Appium has been already installed and configured for Appium, right? Okay, so before going to that, before going to write a script, I just want to add one more point here is like when you open your Appium at very first time, that time it will give you a small message saying Appium need to access all your simulators, right? So basically what it means is like Appium want to access your simulators, so you need to say yes, right? So if you say, once you say yes, that then Appium will directly access all your simulators, right? This is a very important step, don't miss that actually, otherwise your simulators will not work, right? Once you do yes, after that you can even verify all your simulators list under this, right? So right now I am using only one simulator, iPhone 5, that is the reason it is showing only one. Fine. and here it will show all the versions, right? Here it should show all the simulators which you have installed and you have provided the access to Appium, right? Right. Okay. Okay. So let me try to launch something and show you how it works, right? This is the first example which I'm going to show you, right? So I'm saying here I don't need any kind of settings, any settings. Whatever the default settings it is coming, I am just using that. That's it. Nothing else. Only check whatever the platform by default it might be 8.1. So I hope your simulator is also working on 8.1 version, right? So don't need to do any changes, right? So I'm not going to do any settings on this, right? Okay. So just say launch. If you see here, all the flags has been set, right? Okay, so what I will do here is now I will open Eclipse. Okay, so for me Eclipse I have already installed it, so this is also a prerequisite. You can download the Eclipse from you can directly do a Google search for Eclipse and download the Eclipse for Mac OS. Okay, so once the installation has been done for okay, so sorry, so for Eclipse you don't need to install it, you just need to extract the build and you start using it, right? Okay, so create some workspace, which I already have it, right? Okay, so installation has been uh, done, right? So now I'm going to show you how to start the first test, right? So I already have a test with me, right? So I'm going to execute that and show you how we can uh, execute the test with Appium, right? So I already have my setup ready and my sample script is ready, right? So here I'm using the iOS version, right, 8.1 and iPhone, and I'm going to open a settings, right? In simulator it will open a settings page and it will do some operations, right? So in this class what we are learning is we are learning whether our setup has been successfully set or not, right? Okay, so I just need to say right click and run, right? Let me minimize it, and if you see here it has been already started, right? Sometimes it will show that this has been failed, don't bother about that actually. Okay, in few seconds it will open a simulator here. See here, now simulator has been started by Appium itself. You don't need to start the simulator manually and keep it, right? This is not actually in Android. What we used to do is we used to start the emulator and then we'll start executing our scripts, right? But in this case, Appium will automatically launch the simulator and execute your scripts, right? Let's wait for a few more seconds. It will open and start. It will execute our scripts. Don't worry, it has been closed, but it will open once again. Just be with me. I'm not sure why it will close and reopen it, but few times I observed this that in initially it will open a simulator and then it will close it, then again it will open it, right? Now see, it has been launched, right? Now it will open a settings page. Your simulator and start executing your script.
Hi viewers, welcome to Appium Master classes. Today in this example we will see how to record our steps using Appium Inspector in Mac OS. Okay, so let's begin. So for doing that, what we need to do here is first we need to launch an app, right, which we need to record it, right, or I can say for which we need to record the steps, right? So for that, right now I have selected the inbuilt feature called settings, right? So first I will open a settings and then start the script, or I can say start recording of the script. Fine. So for that, what I need to do here is let me create a one new class called settings or iOS settings, right? Okay, the same name is already exists. So what I need to do here, what I will do here is I will do underscore, right? Finish. Okay,
So basic capabilities, let me copy it from my old script. For more information, you can watch my other videos where I have already mentioned all the capabilities. Fine. So let me copy the capabilities. Okay, let me copy full capabilities. Fine. Copy, and here you need to do a paste. Right. Okay. So here what I'm trying to do here is I'm opening an app called settings. So what it will do is it will open a settings page in iOS device. Fine. Let's see. Okay. Start an Appium server. Okay. So once the Appium server has been started, we need to execute the script. Okay. By mistake. Okay, it's done, right? So here again we need to save. Once the save, once we have done save, so we need to start executing the script. So let me minimize this. Here it's a script has been executing. Okay, so now device has been launching. Let's wait for some time. Okay, fine. So now the settings page has been launched. Fine. Okay, now from here we need to start recording. Okay, so for that what we need to do here is we have an option called Appium Inspector, right? This is an icon. Click on this. Okay, so it will launch an Appium Inspector right here. Appium Inspector, right? So what we can do here is, okay, see here the same page, whatever we have opened here, the same snapshot you can see here actually. Okay, now whatever the steps we need to execute, we need to just click on this, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click on privacy, right? Okay, so let me search for privacy using these options, right? Table view and the second option, right? Here if you see, this is a privacy, right? What I can do here is I will click here and say tab, right? If I say tab, what it will do here is you can see the reflection here. Whatever we used to do it manually, right? The same thing we are doing using a these buttons, right? Before doing that, what I need to do here is I will start recording. Once I will click on this record, here you will see the new page where you can see all the steps, right? Record, right? Here the new page, and I can say all the steps which we are recording you can see here actually. Okay, and if you need a capabilities as well, so you need to take this option, so all the capabilities will be displayed here. Okay, so now what we can do here is we already have defined all the capabilities in our script, right? So I don't need this. Fine. Okay, so now start recording. Now first step is need to click on privacy, right? Click on tab. This is what we do when we do it manually, right? So I have clicked on privacy, right? Now it has been launched all the options. Whatever the options here we are seeing, the same snapshot has been taken and display here. Fine. So now my second step is to go and click on contacts. Fine. Okay. Okay, here I need to click. This is a contact, right? So again I need to click on tab, right? So see here. Okay, so tab has been clicked, right? Okay, fine. So now there is no other options, so better I can go back, right? So what I need to do here is I need to click on privacy, right? Or I can say back button. So let me search for back button. This is a button, right? So it will navigate to me, or I can say if I click on this I will go back, right? So again click on tab, right? Now I come back to my privacy tab, privacy page, right? Now let me record some more steps. For that what I can do here is let me go for Bluetooth sharing, right? Go here, table view, and go for 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? See here it is Bluetooth sharing. Now I need to tap on this option, right? See here, now I have clicked on tab. Again if you see here there is no options to go further, right? So better what I can do here is I can go back to a privacy, right? So let me again click on privacy. For that what I need to do here is go to back button. Now it is a back button privacy, right? Just tab on that. Now I come back to this page, privacy page, right? Now again I want to go back to settings page, right? Now I need to click on this. So let me click on this by using a button option called settings, right? Okay, fine. From where I have started I come back to the same page, right? And this is a way we can record all our scripts, right? Okay, let me copy this. Okay, copy this script, close this, right? Close this simulator as well. Okay, stop Appium server, which we don't need it right now. Now go to Eclipse, right? And paste all the steps which we have recorded, right? And import this using Selenium, right? Fine. So what we are doing here is we have recorded all the steps, captured it, and now let's put some weight in each step, right? Using thread.sleep. Fine. Around 1 second. That's fine, right? So add the declaration, right? So let me copy this and paste it after each and every step. So what will happen is you can see each and every step properly. this is a just I'm adding the step to show you proper steps, right? So I'm just adding these steps. When we execute the script, it will wait for 1 second after each and every step, right? For first, what I will do is I will wait for 2 seconds. Okay, fine. So now script is ready. Let's start executing it. Let's launch the Appium server. Okay, server has been started successfully. Let's start Java application. Let me minimize this because now we don't need this. Okay. Okay, let's wait for the device to be launched. Okay, now device has been launching. Please be with me because okay, now device has been launched. Okay, now settings page has been launching. Okay, now it has been launched. Now it should click on privacy. You can able to see the scripts, right? Like whatever the steps we have recorded it, all the steps we are executing it, right? Now you can see all the steps has been executed successfully, right? Fine. So this is a way you can launch and record all the scripts.
In this example, we will see the Appium feature, right? Scroll or scroll to exact. Okay, scroll to and scroll to exact. Okay, for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open Eclipse, and under Appium features, which we have already seen, I'm going to create one new class called scroll. Okay, scroll to. Okay, let me finish this by creating a main method. Okay, to launch an app, I'm not going to write a code. I have already copied it, and I'm going to open a policy bazaar app. Okay, so this is a code for that. Okay, let me import it. Right, so better here we initialize Appium driver. Right, import Appium driver, import desired capabilities, import Android driver, import URL, timestamp, time unit, right? And here we don't need this actually, so let me remove this. Yeah. Okay, and let me check. Okay, art declaration. Okay, these are the details which I have copied it because this is not required. Now let me launch the, let me stop the Appium server, right? And open command prompt and type UI Automator Viewer, right? Click enter. Right, so now here what I need to do is, let me launch the Policy Bazaar app. Policy Bazaar, POLICY, Policy Bazaar app. Right, okay, let me do one thing, go for policy. Right, this is a Policy Bazaar app. Right, my test case is to click home and then I need to do a scroll and click on the about icon. Okay, this is my test case, right? So let's see how to do a scroll, right? So let me first go to home page, or I can directly say, let me relaunch it. Okay, this is a home page, right? Come to home page and take a snapshot using UI Automator Viewer. Okay, we got this, right? Now we need to click on this, right? So let me copy this resource ID, right, and go here, and I need to click on this, right? So driver dot find element by dot id, right, and here let me paste this, right, and say dot click, right, dot clicked it. Okay, once you have done click on this, then it will open this, right? So what I need to do, I need to click on about, right? So what we can do here is, we can directly say driver dot scroll to, and here you need to provide the text. Text is about, about. Okay, then you can say driver dot find element and then click, or else what you can directly do here is, you can directly use dot click. Okay, so driver dot scroll to, right, and about and then click, right? So let me show you, let me run this server. Server got started, right? So let me execute this code. What it will do, it will launch the Policy Bazaar app, and then it will go and click the home button and click on the about, right? Okay, I started it. Let's see. Please keep your eye on this mobile, right? Because it will launch that app and do a, it should click on home button and do a scroll, right? Okay, it got launched, right? It clicked on home and now it should do a scroll. See, it started doing scroll. Now it should click on about. See, it got clicked on about, right? So this is a way scroll to works, right? Because here in this test case, about and about to scroll to exact is same, right? So let me do one thing. Let me use the same code, right, and do a scroll to, right? So if you see here, we have one more option called scroll to exact, right? So here you can use scroll to exact as well. Okay, let's see, let me run the code again. Okay, server has need to be restarted it. Okay, so let me stop it, delete this, or else what I can do is overwrite the session. Sometimes you may see the same exception in the thread main, right? And you don't need to see all these things. What you need to check, a new session could not be created. Okay, original error requested a new session but one was in progress, right? So because it has, we have not taken down override session. Okay, so let's see whether server started. Yeah, server started. Let me run the code. Open Eclipse, open Appium server. Okay, now see, code has been reached to the server and started executing. See here, it has been clicked to about page. Right now, this is a way scroll to and scroll to exact works. Scroll to exact is basically used when suppose you want to scroll and there is some name about and about structure, right? So it will only click on about, not on about structure, right? So this is a way scroll to works. Thank you. In this session, we will see how is installed app feature works. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is I am going to open Eclipse, right click it, go for project, Java project. Okay, I'm going to create a project name as Appium features. Okay, Appium features. Now here again I am going to create a one folder called libs, right? libs, libs. And earlier we already have created a one library, right? Okay, no library. Okay, this is a library which we have created it. I will tell you what you will get under this. Let me paste this. Okay, and say, okay, just hold on, let me see, right? Appium standalone server is present. Copy this and paste here. Okay, and we need a Java client libraries, right? So let me copy the client libraries from Appium folder, Appium, and I need a latest client libraries is 3.1. I'm going to paste here. Okay, now I need to set the build path. Go to properties, go to build path, go to libraries, add jars, and just add both the jars. Okay. Right, that is done. So after that, what we need to do is I'm going to create a one class called is app installed. Okay, is app installed, and let me finish this. Okay, so we earlier we have some code, right? I'm going to copy paste that code which we have already tried it, right? Okay, so what this app will do is it will launch the eBay app, right? Okay, now from this line we'll see how we can execute our code, right? Now we have added the client libraries, so I'm going to change here as an Android driver. Okay, so basically what we can do here is we can initialize the driver as a Appium driver or Android driver. But what is the advantage if I define here as a Appium driver? Right? Because Appium driver is a parent of Android driver. And if you initialize this as a Appium driver, so here you can easily change as iOS driver or a Android driver. Whatever the driver you want it, you can mention here. Okay, fine. So after this, what I need to do here is I need to check whether this app will going to be launched, right? After that, my steps are I need to check there is a one app. Okay, the app name is ERI Bank. Okay, ERI Bank. So I want to check whether that app is present or not. So what is exactly my test case is, let me convert this as eBay. Okay, so my test case is to launch a eBay app. After that, verify whether ERI Bank is present or ERI app is present, already present, already ERI app is already present. If yes, then uninstall the app and reinstall it, right? Else install the app. Okay, so how to verify it, whether that app is installed or not? So I already copied the package name of that app. Okay, and we're going to use this. Okay, let me copy this. Okay, now see how to verify it, right? I will say if, right, is, I need to say driver dot, right, is app installed, right, and the bundle ID, or here we can directly say the package name, right? So which I have already copied it, right, which I want to check. So let me paste that, right? So okay, so now what I need to do here is if driver dot is app installed, okay, I can directly say if app package is not installed, right, then what I need to do here is I need to install, right? So how to type that code is driver dot install app, right, and the app path. So what I can do here is I can directly copy the path which I have already copied and keep it ready,
Okay, so here I will paste it. Okay, just remember this, whenever you provide the path, you need to provide in the double backslash or a single forward slash. Okay, if app is not installed, then what we need to do is we need to install the app, and here I will print app installed successfully. Okay, then else what I need to do, else if app is installed, not installed, then we are installing it. If it is already, if it is not, if it is installed, then what we need to do, we need to uninstall it. So I can say driver dot uninstall, right? Uninstall, there is no option to uninstall it. So what else we have an option, remove app, right? Again I will copy this and paste it. Okay, here I will print app removed successfully. App removed. Okay, and here also I can directly mention app installed. Okay, after that what I need to do, again I need to install it, driver dot install app, and here I will copy this location again. Right, after that what I will say here is app installed, right? And I will make all these steps into a else condition, right? Right, let's see how it works. Okay, give me a second, let me connect my mobile. Okay, so what I have done is I have mirrored my real Android device to this laptop. Okay, to show you when I execute the script, you can see the result here, right? I have started the Appium server. Appium server has been started successfully. Okay, so now I am going to run this code. Okay, so to run the code, what you need to do is you can right click and say run as Java application. Okay, and let me open this. See, code has been started executing. Okay, if you see here right now, my device has been mirrored but not connected. So let me connect my device. Just give me a second. Right, let me connect my device, ADB devices. Sorry, ADB devices. Right, and ADB connect 192.168.0.2. Okay, just hold on. Now it has been connected, right? So now my ADB device has been started listing, right? So let me show you, right? It has been started listing, and I can copy this name, right? And right, and paste it here. Okay,
Let me save this and rerun it. Let me restart the server. Server got restarted. Now again I am going to run this. So now let's see what is happening. Okay, so please observe here, right? If that app is not installed, then it will install and it will show you here, okay, or else in the console, right? So eBay got launched, right? eBay got launched. Now app removed. Okay, app got removed. Now it should install the app. See here, ERI bank has been installed, right? That is the reason it is showing, right? App installed, right? In the logs also you can see that app got installed. Okay, so my execution has been done. Now what I can do here is I can remove it to check this particular functionality, right? So for that what I can do here is, let me go here, go for search for ERI bank. See, this is the ERI bank, right? Just hold on. So I can make press of it and I can say uninstall. Okay, right? Now app has been uninstalled. So what if condition should execute now, right? So now it should only print app installed, not app removed and installed, right? So let's try that as well. Let me execute the code. Just start observing here. Okay, when app get installed, it will display here only that ERI bank has been safely installed. So first it will launch the eBay and then it will go for installing the ERI bank. See here, it is, see here, ERI bank has been installed and it is has been saved. Here it is showing app got installed, right? So this is a way you can use this particular feature whenever it is required on while automating your own app. Okay. Hi viewers, today in this example we will see how to take a snapshot from a mobile. When we do a automation, sometimes when the test has been failed, we need a failed snapshot, right? For that, today we will see how to take a snapshot from a mobile whenever we need it. Okay, so first of all, let's talk about the code. So first we need to define all the capabilities, all the required capabilities to open a app. Okay, so after that, let's see what is a basic code needed for taking a snapshot. So in Appium drivers, they have already defined a method called get screenshot as. Okay, so you can directly say driver.get screenshot as and the output file, right? So here I have defined a file called screen file.
equal to driver dot get screenshot as output dot file. So it will take a screenshot and save it as a file, screen file variable. Okay, and here I'm trying to take a name using a UUID dot random, right? So what it will do is it will take a random UUID. Okay, so for this you need to import a java.util.uuid. Okay, fine. So there are only four steps, right? So first of all, I'm taking a screenshot of the image, whatever it is. Okay. So the second thing is we are storing the file in some specific location. So I'm storing a file into a target slash screenshots with the file name. File name comes with the uid dot jpg, sorry. Okay, and copying the target file. Okay, let me execute the code. uh, just a second, let me start a Appium server first. Okay, Appium server has been started. Now let's execute the script. This is my Galaxy Note 3 device, real mobile device, which has been connected to this laptop using a TeamViewer. Oh, okay, sorry. So this app is not installed currently, so that is the reason it's not able to take a snapshot of it. Okay, so give me a second, let me install the snapshot. Sorry, let me install the app first and then I will show you. Give me a second. Okay, so now I have installed the app which I'm going to open, right? So this is a package name and this is a activity name of the Paytm app, right? So earlier it was not installed, that is the reason it was giving a error message. Okay, so okay, let me rerun the code once again and see. Okay, let me start the Appium server. Server has been started. Let me execute the code. Okay, so screenshot has been taken under target screenshots, and this is the uuid.jpg. Okay, so let me just do a refresh. Okay, and let me see.
see 474, right? So 474 is this one. Okay, just go to properties and copy this, go to run and open it. See, this is a screenshot which this screenshot has been taken when the Paytm app is being loaded, right? So you can put a wait condition wherever you needed a screenshot, or I can say in a try catch you can call the screenshot in the catch where whenever anything goes wrong or any error comes, so it will take a snapshot and keep it in the location wherever you mention it, right? So this is a very important thing, and usually we need this whenever the test case fails. We need to see in which position or at what stage that particular app has been failed, right? Or due to which we can find out what is the exact problem or diagnose the problem, right? So this is a way we can take a snapshot, right? Even you can create a proper method for this, and you can call this particular method whenever we need it. Okay. In this example, we will see how to record a mobile screen, right? So basically, why we want that? The reason behind that is, like, whenever we execute our Appium script on mobile, every time we don't need to see how our test has been executed, right? So for that, what we can do here is we can start recording our test, right? So, and what is the reason behind that? So basically, sometimes what happens is, like, when you execute your script, right? So basically, when you do a testing of your app, that in between your script execution, suppose some alert message has been occurred, right? And you have not handled that particular error message or alert message in your script, so script may fail, right? And in your script execution results, you don't get any specific results why your script has been failed, right? So for that, what you need to do is you need to again start executing it, and you need to see why your script has been failed, right? So better you can save your time by recording your script, and if everything goes perfectly, then you can delete the video, right? So let's see. So this is my Galaxy Note 3 device which I have connected and done a screen mirroring using a side sync app. You can watch my other videos where uh, I have described the steps how to configure the side sync and do a mirroring of your mobile. Alright, fine. So now what you need here is you need to download a Monty jar. Right, this is a third-party jar which you need to download it, right? So multimedia library to Selenium, right? So you need to download this. Actually, go to this website, right? This is a website where you can find out the Monty jar. You can download from this link, and here you will get all the details how to configure it and how to use this particular class, right? So there is a one class called screen recorder which we are going to use it. You just need to copy paste this particular class, right? So this is a class which we need to download it, right? So you just download it and copy paste this class, which I have already done it. So how to do that? So let me expand this, and here what you need to do is download the jar file. After download, what you need to do here is right click on your project, go to properties, write Java build path, and go for add external jar. Right, once wherever your jar has been located, give that location. Right, so this is the name of that jar, Monty screen recorder.jar. Fine, click OK. After that, right, so configuration of the libraries are done. Now you need to create, I have already created a class called Chrome browser test.java. Right, you just need to click on source, and I have created under Chrome, so this is a Chrome, and just you need to do right click and you need to create it. Sorry, I have not created under that, I have created under here, right, Chrome browser test. Fine, so let me try to explain you what all things we have used it. So here these are the basic capabilities. You can go through my other videos to know what are all these capabilities and why we need to use it and what we need to use it. Right, so these are the capabilities, common capabilities which we need to use it. And apart from that, I have added a class called screen recorder, which is copied from this location. This is a class which I have created it and copy pasted it. Right, so you just copy paste full class and paste in the Eclipse. Right, so this is a class, let me open it. Right, the same thing I have copy pasted it. Right, so apart from this, we need to create two methods called start recording and stop recording. Fine, so these details also you will get it from this location. Right, start recording and stop recording, these two things you need to copy paste it. Fine, I have copy pasted it. After copy paste, you just need to edit the screen dimensions which we needed. Right, so I have already given this height, width and height. So what it will do is it will only capture the specific screen. Right, we don't need full screen, right, so we need a specific screen, or I can say specific to this particular location. Right, so I'm going to only capture these things, or else if you're using a side sync app, you can directly go for maximizing it and you can capture the full screen, so it will capture full screen. Right now I'm going to show you how to capture only this part of screen. Right, so you need to find it out what is the resolution for this particular screen. Right, so I have already detected it and I have provided 364 and height should be 648. Right, so okay, fine, and where my videos are going to be stored is this location. Right, current folder under / videos. Right, go to this location, this is the location where my videos is going to be stored. Let me refresh it. Right, so there are no videos as such. Right, okay, let me try to execute the script. Let me start the Appium server. Let's be with me. Okay, Appium server has been started. Right, so let me start the script. Right, okay, click OK, and right here the script should start executing it. See here, now it's got started. Let's wait for the completion of the test. browser has been kept open. It should navigate to seleniumqa.org. Right now it should navigate to projects, about, and then support, then docs, then downloads. Right. Okay, now I have quit the driver. Right, so let me see the results. See here, test has been run, failure 0, skipped 0. Right, that's great. So now if you refresh this, right, see here, you will get the new video with the proper timestamp. All these details have been already mentioned in the screen recorder, right? So you don't need to do anything for that. What you need to do here is, now let's see how your test has been recorded. org projects, right, support, docs, right. So I have started the recording. If you see here, start recording and stop recording, let me try to explain you this particular steps. Right, so what I have done is, before browser opening I have started the recording, and after the download button has been clicked I have stopped recording. Please remember, both the steps are very important, right? If you don't stop the recording, then your video will not be going to be created, right? So please take care of both the options, right, or both the methods. You need to mention it. Okay, let me try to rerun one more time to show you how exactly it is working, right? So here right now there is only one video. Let me refresh it one more time. See here right now only one video, right? Right now if you see the time, 12:33 a.m. right? Let me rerun the test. Done. See here, test runs 1 and 0 passed, right? Oh, 0 failed and 0 skipped, right? Let me refresh it and see, there is new video has been created at 12:34, right? And this is 35, right? So this is the video which has been created. Right, so this is a way you can capture your test, and you can see what went right and what went wrong. If anything goes wrong, you can see in video, and you don't need to rerun and reproduce that particular defect which you're going to show to the developers, right? So I think this is the best way to capture the screen and capture the complete test. In this session, we are going to see how to configure multiple devices to Selenium grid using Appium, right? So that you can execute your Appium scripts on multiple devices parallelly, sequentially, or any selected device, right?
So for that, in this session we are going to do a complete configuration, end-to-end configuration, so that what you can do here is, after this class or after this session, we are going to execute in all the devices parallelly, sequentially, and on a selected device, right? For example basis, I am going to use three devices: Galaxy Note 2 real device, Galaxy Note 3 real device, and Genymotions emulator, right? So for Genymotions, you can search it in a Google and you can configure it. Okay, so I have already configured it, right? So let's begin, right? So let me show you. I'm not going to show you right now my Galaxy Note 2 and Note 3 devices, right? So let me show you. Those devices are already connected and it is listing under ADB device list, right? So let me open it, right? And let me say ADB devices, right? So for configuring ADB devices, right now it is showing three devices, right? All these three devices are connected using a Wi-Fi, right? For that, you can check the Appium advanced features where I have explained how you can configure multiple devices over a Wi-Fi. Okay. Okay, great. So if you see here, there are three devices, right? So let me copy it, right? This is my Galaxy Note 2 device. Okay. So let me say this is my Galaxy Note 2 device, right? And this is my Galaxy Note 3 device. Okay. And third one is my Genymotion emulator. Okay, so these are the three devices I have configured: 1, 2, 3, right? So now let's begin with the code, right? So first what we need to do is, steps is, first we need to start Selenium alone server. Okay, standalone server. So for this, what we need to do is, I have already written the bat files. So let me copy and show you what we need to do. Okay, so let me open it, the text editor, right? Let me copy this. Okay, so what we need to do here is, we need to go to the location where our Selenium standalone server is present. Currently I am using 2.4.47.1.jar and we need to provide here role as hub. Okay, so for this, what you can do, you can create a bat file, right? How to create a bat file? Just create our notepad file, right? Just create a notepad file, right? Open this file, paste these commands, right? Wherever you're, see, right now I am using this location, right? If I copy this location and open it, right? So my standalone jar file is present under this. Okay, so wherever your standalone jar file is present, you need to provide that location. Okay, and only what you need to do, you need to do save as dot bat, remove everything, remove text as well. Okay, and you need to say save. Okay, so see here, the bat file has been saved. If you double click on this, automatically server will get started. Okay, so I'm not going to start right now. Okay, I have cancelled that. Okay, so all the bat files you need to create like this only, right? Okay, now the second thing is you need to register Appium server, right? So what you need to do here is you need to register Appium server for device 1, right? So let me copy this, right? Device 2, register Appium server for device 2, right? And register Appium server for device 3. So this means if you have 5 devices, you need to start 5 Appium server. Okay, I hope it is clear, right? So currently Appium does not support the multiple sessions. So that is the reason what you need to do. You need to start 3 Appium servers for each and every device. Okay, so for that, how you can start it? So let me show you how you can register it, right? So let me open first, right, second, right, and the third, right? So let me quickly copy this so you can able to understand clearly, right? So this is my Galaxy, this is my Note, this is my Note Galaxy Note 3 device. Okay, so this is the one device. Okay, Galaxy Note 3 device. Okay, or you can give whatever you want. Galaxy Note 2 device. First one is a Galaxy Note 2 device. Okay, now the second one is let me interchange this. Let me say this is Galaxy Note 3, right? And let me interchange here itself, so it will not get into a confusion, right? So the first device is Galaxy Note 3, second device is my Galaxy Note 2, and the third device is my Genie Motions, right? So first device is Galaxy Note 3, second device is Galaxy Note 2, and the third device is Genie Motions, right? So basically what we are doing here is we are providing, first of all, wherever your Appium server is installed, right, you need to go to that location, right? My Appium server is installed on this location, and you can start Appium server using a command prompt, right? So for that, what you need to do, let me open this, right? When you install the exe, it will by default get installed in this location. Let me open this location, right? So you need to search wherever your Appium server is present. You need to search for appium.js. This is a file which you need to start it. So this file can be started using a command prompt as a node, right? So this is a location, you need to find it out in your laptop, and you can navigate to this location, right? So for navigating in a command prompt, what we need to do, we need to say cd and we need to provide the location details, correct? So I have provided the location details. Now after that, what we need to do is we need to say node appium.js. this is a command which is used to start a Appium server using a command prompt. Okay, so now after that we need to add some flags. These are called flags. You can check these details in the Appium documentation. In Appium documentation they have mentioned all the flags. So I'm going to use some of the flags which is really required here, right? So when we are starting the Appium server, right, 3 Appium servers we are planning to start. So we need to start it in a different ports, right? So first of all, I am going to provide the local host, because in the same machine I am going to execute my Appium server, right? Now the second thing is minus hyphen p is a port, Appium port number, right? For first device it is 4567, second device it is 4568, and the third device it is 4569. For each and every device the port number is different, and it is really important because these are the details which we are going to pass it using the testing week. Okay, then comes to UUID. Okay, UUID is a ID which is displaying under the device ADB device list, right? Right now it is showing something like this. If you have connected using the USB cable, you might see different IDs here, right? So whatever the name it is showing under ADB list, you need to provide that. You need to provide that name. Okay. Now, so the third flag was UUID and you provided the name, right? So all the 3 devices names are different, so all the 3 names we have provided it, right? Now bootstrap port, this is again a very important flag. If you don't provide this, your Appium session will not going to be run. Okay, so what you need to do here is you need to provide the bootstrap port. This is also unique. Okay, so for first device it is 5556, the second device 5557, and for the third device 5558, right? Okay, so this is a configuration which we are going to do it for all type of apps, native app, web app, or hybrid app, right? So I'm going to do the same configuration. I'm going to use the same configuration for all kind of apps, right? So that is the reason if you want to execute your script on a web browser, right? So you need to provide the Chrome driver port as well. Chrome driver port should be also different for each and every device, right? So here Chrome driver is again a flag which is available for Appium, which we can provide it using a command prompt, right? So I have provided it as 5645, 5745 and 5845. Okay, try to give it something like this only, because in other cases I am just increasing one value, right? 4, 6, 7 and 8, but here I am changing the third digit, right? 56, 57 and 58. So in between all these things I am maintaining the 100 difference, right? 645, 745 and 845. 100 in between these two ports, there is a 100 port gap, right? So you can provide anything, but sometime I have observed that if you provide the sequence, right, like 5645 and 5646, I face some of the issues. Maybe you may not face that, but it is better you can provide it at least 100 gap. Okay. Okay, that's great. Okay, now we have defined 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flags. This is a 6th flag which we are discussing now. Okay, so node configuration, right? So now we need to configure the node. Okay, for a timing, just take an example. There is one file called JSON file. I will try to explain you. I am going to open this file and I will explain you. This is the place where we are defining what is a configuration of your mobile, right? What kind of apps you are going to use it, and where we need to register it, right? So these file I'm going to open it once I'm done. I'm explaining with all the flags. Once I complete all the flags, right, I'm going to open this file and I will explain you. Okay. So for a time being, just assume that there is a file which we need to pass it in a node config flag, right? So I have provided it with the complete path. Okay. Now the sixth flag was minus hyphen G, right? So G is basically for logs. So if you want to track all the logs, each and every Selenium server, sorry, Appium server, if you want to track the logs, so what you can do here is you can provide the hyphen G flag. So here I have provided the Appium log 1, Appium log 2, Appium log 3, Appium underscore 3, right? So what it will do is it will create 3 different logs. For first one, you can track it in this log, second this, and third this. So you can maintain individual log system using this flag, right? And the last flag is session override. This is a flag which is going to be used if you want to execute your script again and again in the same server. You don't need to start the server again and again, right? It will override the current session. Okay. So only difference which we have in device 1, 2 and 3 is first one is the port number, right? Second thing is UUID. Third thing is port, right? Bootstrap port, and the fourth thing is Chrome driver port, and here all the JSON file pointing to the same, right? This is same. This we are not going to change it. I will explain you what I have done with this, right? And log files also going to be changed and override session. Okay, I hope you guys are able to get the clarification how we can give all these details, right? Same way for you can create a bat files for these, right? You cannot maintain all these in the notepad files and copy paste in the command prompt and run it. So better you can create a bat files for that, right? So for that I have created a bat files device 1, device 2, device 3 and Selenium hub, right? I already created the bat files. I'm going to upload these in the course itself, so you can go through these files as well. Okay, now let me open the JSON file, right, which we are talking about, right? So let me open this, let me copy paste this. So let me take this here itself, right? Fifth thing, right? Create a JSON file. Okay, JSON file in which we need to define all the details, right? Let me paste it and I will explain you how we can maintaining all the details. Okay, so here what we need to provide here is we need, this is a one section, okay, and this is the another section, right? So currently actually Android support two kind of browsers. One is Chrome browser and one is Tor browser, right? So for Chrome browser, what I have done is I have provided the browser name as Chrome and device is Appium, and maximum instances which can be opened using a Chrome can be 4. Okay. For each and every device, maximum instances I am using as 4. Okay. And platform should be Android. Okay. So if you want to open a Chrome browser in any machine, right? So it will refer this particular instance. Okay. Now, same way, right? The same way I have used to create a browser, right? If anywhere, if in the code you have mentioned to open any details in a browser, right? This is a stock Android browser, right? Which usually comes with the version like 4.4.2 or below to this version, right? So this, what you if you want to open the stock browser, so it will refer this particular session or instance. Okay, so these two are for browsers. If you want to open a browser, so it will automatically refer to these two details, right? Okay, now come to, if you want to open a native app, right? So in that case, usually the browser name can be a name of the device or anything other than the actual browser names. Like here you have provided the browser or a Chrome, right? So here you can provide any details. Like right now I have provided the Galaxy Note 3 device with proper configuration, version is 4.3 and all those things. And then I have mentioned as Genymotion devices 5.1 Appium instances for Android, right? And the Galaxy Note 2 device, Appium 4.4.2 and Android, right? So these things are also not so important, but it's better to provide all these details, right? Galaxy Note 2 with what kind of details or versions, right? If you want to provide it, but at least you need to provide the browser name and the maximum instances. Okay, if you provide only two, then also it will work. Okay, so I hope you guys are able to get it, what we are doing here. So most of the places, most of the documentation in the Google, people used to say that you need to provide these details individually. Okay, if you provide these details individually, then your scripts will not going to work on parallel, right? I will tell you that why I have defined all these things in the same single file. Okay, but if you don't provide these all details in a single file, then parallel execution will definitely create a problem. Okay, so we'll explain or discuss those things little bit late. Okay, so now till now what we have done is we have defined all the capabilities, right? Different kind of capabilities, or I can say different combinations of capabilities which we are going to use it in our scripts, right? So I have defined all the possible capability combinations in the one single file, right? Now, so now what it should do is it should go and connect or register with the Selenium hub, right? So by default, when you execute or run your Selenium hub, it will start the server on 4444, or I can say 4 times 4. Okay, so let me show you. This is a syntax which you need to follow it, right? Don't miss the syntax, and I think better you can edit the same files if you are planning to do or use something else. Okay, so here what I am going to do, I am using the cleanup cycle 5000, register cycle 5000, node timeout 120, timeout 6 lakhs, node polling 2000, hub, right? So all these things, just copy it. Hub URL can be changed if your Selenium standalone server is executing in other than the local machine. You can provide here the IP address and the 4444, and if your standalone server is executing other than 4444 default port, so you can provide those details here. Okay, and other things should be same. Maximum sessions will be 10, right? So if you want to execute 444, right, so it may be 12, right? Or you can open 222, then it may be 6, right? So I have provided the means average value of 10, so it can maximum open the 10 different sessions. Okay, so port number 5555, keep this as it is. Okay, and here again the same port, whatever the port you provide here, you need to provide here as well, and remaining syntax should be same. role as node, right? Because when we have started the server, that is a hub, right? And this particular uh, JSON file need to be registered as a node. So that is the reason I have mentioned this role as a node. Okay, so this is a single file which we are using in all the three devices, and in future if you want to add some more devices, don't need to don't go for creating a new JSON file. Try to add it here itself. Just copy this, right, and paste it here and change whatever the details you want. Okay, fine. So now I hope you guys are able to understand, right? Create a JSON file and name it as all.json. Okay. In my case, I have already kept all these details under this JSON, right? So all.json is present under JSON. Okay. This is the project which we are going to use it. Okay, fine. So in this session we are able to understand how to create these bat files, right? So you don't need to do anything, just save it as .bat and .bat and copy these details, edit whatever the details you want it, like the machine UUID, you need to change the UUID, and maybe you need to change the this JSON file location and the log file location, right? Change all these three details and save it as a bat file in your own laptop, right? Okay. Now, till now what we have done is we have created the JSON files. So all these things are done. Now we need to write a code, right? So let me open the code. What I have done is I have created a one package called com.3. Okay, and here let me open it. First I am going to explain it for the web browsers, right? So let me open for the web browsers. I have created a class named as 3browsers.java, right? Let me open this. Okay, let me maximize this. Okay, so before going to explain all these details, let me go under the code, right? What we need to do here is, now you need to create a one method called start time. Okay, or you can provide any name here actually. Okay, you can say start browser, configure browser, or anything. Okay, I have provided as a start time. Okay, here you need to provide two details, or I can say you need to create two arguments. Okay, or I can say two parameters, right? Two arguments you need to create it. I have created as a port 1 and device. Only these are the two details which are unique and which we are planning to pass it using the testng.xml file. Okay, so what I have done is I have created this. Now the common desired capabilities I have created here, right? Okay, so now the desired capabilities are going to be changed with respect to the device name, right? The first device, my first device is 4.3 version. Okay, my first device is 4.3 version. My second device is 4.4.2 version. Okay, and my third device is 5.1 version. Okay, in this I am going to open a Chrome browser. Okay, this is a real device, right? And in this I am going to open a Chrome browser. Chrome browser, again this is a real device, right? And this is a emulator, right? Here I am going to open a stock browser. and this is a emulator. Okay, so same way what I have done is I have mentioned here capabilities as Chrome, here also Chrome, right? Device 1, device 2, right? And here I have mentioned the platform version, right? And here stock browser, right? The third device is a stock browser, so I have mentioned here as a browser, and the version should be 5. This does not matter so much actually. You can provide any version. It will not match in the Appium, right? Anyways, so I have provided the correct details now, right? So in place of device name, what I have done is I have created a variables at the top. So you don't need to do a changes in the code. You can do changes, all the changes here in the top itself. Okay. So I have mentioned here as an Android version. You can even remove these two lines as well because I am directly using those details, right? Or you can directly use these platform details also here itself. Okay. So here what I have done is, let me delete these details. These details are not required, right? And I think device also not required. And this is also not required. Okay, set mobile number we need it. So okay, so we don't need this, and we don't need these details. Actually, we need these details. Set mobile number, I have using it for identify some of the objects. Right? This is a flag which I am using it. Okay. So in this case, what I have done is I have providing the details here. Okay, fine. And the parameters we have provided as a port and the device ID, which we are planning to provide it using the test.ng file. Okay, we'll come to test.ng as well, right? So let's go to the test case which we are using it. Okay, so after doing all these things, what you need to do is you need to create an Android driver, and here till now whenever you provide it, right, here usually you provide it as a Appium server details, but now in this case you need to provide here a Selenium standalone server details. Okay, 444/wd/hub. Okay, so what it will do is it will contact the standalone server, and standalone server will generate or create 3 different instances, and then it can be able to execute on 3 different Appium servers. Okay, so now my test case is clean and clear, right? What I am going to do is I am going to open a naukri.com, right? And here I am trying to print a session ID, right? So what it will do is for each and every device, the session ID may be different. I'm not saying every time it is different, may be different. Okay, so most of the time I have observed that it is different. So whenever your test get executed, your session ID will also going to be print with the commands which I have provided under system.out.println, right? So it will get a clarification on which session ID, what step till what step it get executed, right? So when I will execute these things, this test case, you can get a proper clarification why I am using the session IDs, right? After the class, I am just doing a quitting the drivers. So you can even try without doing this. Sometimes you may face issues because if one session has been done and maybe driver get quit, we are using the single driver, right? So if one driver get quit, so next driver is not going to work, right? So you can use this quit after the class, or you can try without providing this. Okay, I will suggest don't provide this and try it out. If you are able to achieve or execute your script properly, then you can provide these details and try it out, right? Okay, great. So till now we have explained, I have explained you how to create a bat file, how to create a JSON file, and then how to write a code, right? How to write a code. Okay. So for browsers, what I have done is I have provided here a browser name, right? Browser name, right? And in the test cases, I am using the browser related test case, right? Same way, if I want to explain you the native, I am using the Policy Bazaar app. Okay. Okay. So in this app also this particular code is going to work as same, right? Only difference is in this you need to provide the app package name and the activity name, right? You need to provide the app package name and the activity name. So this is again a common for all the devices. So I have using this at the top, right? This capability is going to be set for all the devices, right? And individually whatever it is required, I am providing is like 4.3, 4.4.2, and here I can provide 5.1. I'm using the same devices, right, for native app as well as the browser app, right? And I'm not going to explain you what all these things I have done this, right? So, but what we are right now doing is we are only going to use this particular script. Okay. So this is a Policy Bazaar app. You can download this app from the Play Store. Okay. And initially you need to do a login using your mobile number, right? Once you have provided your mobile number, it will send you the OTP. That OTP you can use it and log in into a Policy Bazaar app. Okay, that you can do it manually in all the three devices. Once that is done, you can execute your script parallelly in all the three devices. That also can be can be done using the scripts itself. Okay, that also can be can be done using the scripts itself. Okay, so what in that case what you need to do, you need to provide here a mobile number. This is a dummy mobile numbers which I have provided it, but I have checked with the real mobile numbers providing here, and my script is executing 100% perfectly. Okay, so you need to provide the correct mobile numbers for device 1 and device 2, and for emulator also what you can do is you can provide the one mobile number whatever you needed and you can use that. Okay, so after doing that, what we need to do here is we need to create a test ng files, right? Till now we have gone through how to create a JSON files, how to create a bat files, right? How to create a code for grid based approach, right? Now we are going to explain, now I am going to explain you how to create a test ng file. Okay, so let's try that. Okay, I already created some of the test ng files for native apps and the web apps, right? So let me try to open this, right? So first of all, let's see how to execute your test parallelly in all the three connected devices, right? So let's see here. I have already explained you this. These are the this is 6. Okay, so I think here also it should be 6. Okay, here it is already 6. Okay, so my first device IP or the name is this, second this, and third this, right? And if you remember what is if you check here, we need to pass two variables. First variable is 4567 with this IP, 4568 with this IP, and 4569 with this IP. Okay, this is the most important thing. Okay,
So now what we need to do is we need to start the, let me open this, right. So till this point everything is same, right? You need to just copy paste it, and in the suit you need to type parallel is equal to test. That means all the three tests will be going to execute parallelly. Okay. So if you don't provide this, so what it will do is it will run it on a sequential order, right? So that is the reason I have provided here as a parallel is equal to test, right? Now what you need to do here is you need to provide a test name. It may be anything, right? So first of all, if you see here 4568 with this IP, right? If I open it, this is second device, right? 4568 and the IP is .4, right? You can give it any sequence. That's not a problem. But the value of the port number and the value of the device should match. If it is not matching, then your script will going to be failed. Okay. So what you need to provide here, the first parameter is a port and the second parameter is a ID, device ID. So device ID is 4, so 4568. Device ID is 0.64567. Let me open this, right? 64567, right? And 4569 and here 101, right? So third device is 4569 and device UDID is 101, right? So this is a way you can give the details, and I am going to only run one method. So that is the reason I am included only one method. So what it will do is it will only going to execute one method. If I open a Policy Bazaar app, right? So I have here lot of methods: generate OTP, priority 1, get OTP from message, priority 2, right? There are lot of @test, but which one we are going to use is we are going to use only the two-wheeler insurance. This is a method which is going to be execute. Okay. And if you provide here parallel, so it is going to execute on all the three devices: device Galaxy Note 2, Note 3 and Genymotion device, right? If you want to execute on a sequential order, so what you need to do, you don't need to provide here parallel. Okay, so I think I have missed this. Let me delete this. Okay, so you don't need to provide here a parallel is equal to test. Okay, let me save this. So it will execute on the sequential order. Okay, so this is the second test case. The third test case can be when grid is configured, means what I mean to say here is grid you have configured it in your organization, but you want to execute only on one particular device or specific device, right? So in that case, how you can execute it? For that also I have created a one example. You need to only provide the one test here, right? If I provide here parallel, then also it's fine. If I don't provide it, then also it's fine. Okay, because there is only one test. But better don't provide it, because if you have other tests as well, so you can execute it on a sequential order. But this is going to execute only on this particular device. This is my Galaxy Note 2 device. 4568. Let me check, cross check it. 4568 and Galaxy Note 2 device, right? If I let me open this, right? Fourth one is Galaxy Note 2 device. Let me type the port number also here, right? 4567, right? 4568, right? And here 4569, right? So this is just for a clarification how we are using it, right? Okay. Now what we need to do here is, so I have created the test ng files as well, right? Same way we need to create it for a web browsers as well. So I have already created it. Let me open the parallel one first, right? Everything is same, only the class name is going to be changed here, right? Here I am going to use the three browsers which we have created under this, right? Three browsers which I'm going to use it, right? And here I have provided the parallel, right? Here I have not provided the parallel, so it will execute on the sequential order. And here I may provided a parallel, so I can remove this, because it will only work on single device because only one test is present. Okay, I hope you guys are able to understand how to configure the grid. This is a very important portion, and most of the people in the internet are facing a problem for setting up all these details. Okay, so I hope you guys are able to get clarity how to do this. I'm going to upload these documentation as well, so you can at least get the clarity how to do a configuration and what all devices I am using it, right? So in the next few sessions, different sessions, I'm going to execute all these 6 XML files and show you how it get executed and how the results will be displayed. Okay, how you can check it out, the reports, test ng default reports, right? All those things, how logs looks like, right? And all these things I'm going to zip it, right? I'm going to zip it like this, right click it, and I will export it, right, in the zip format, and I will upload it into a session in the course itself, so you can download it. Once you download it, what you need to do here is simply you need to right click on the explorer, say import, right? You need to select the existing project into the workspace. Don't select the archive file. Select the existing project into the workspace, right? Go for next, right? Here you need to select the select archive file and browse for that file. Okay. So the zip file which I provide you, just click on that particular file, right? And once you click it out, it one project name will be displayed here. You just need to say finish. You don't need to do anything, because my library is also present under this location itself, right? Lips also present under this. Only these two files we are going to use it, right? So everything should be present under this itself, so you don't need to get worry. Only you need to change the JRE system libraries if you are using the lower than that 1.8, right? So you may need to change this. Otherwise you don't need to do any changes. Just need to import this particular Appium grid project and you are good to go. Then you can change all these details, like machine detail, these details, right? Let me open this. These details, right? Location details. Wherever I have providing the location, you need to just cross verify, copy paste the new details, and then you can good to go for Appium grid, right? So in next after this class, in next sessions, I'm going to execute all the 6, right, one by one in each and every session, right? And I will explain you how it looks, what all other problems you may face, how to resolve all those problems. Okay, thank you. Okay, in this session we are going to see how to import a zip folder, right, which I am going to give you
right? You can download the zip folders or the project content from the attached video, right? And what you need to do is how to import those projects are just open Eclipse, right? Right click on the package explorer, right? Go for import, right? When you download it, it will look something like this, right? So what you need to do is go for import, go for project, existing project into workspace, right? Select archive file, go for browse, right? Select users wherever your project is downloaded, right? So this is a location, right? So let me copy this and paste it here. Just hold on, I think there is some problem. C, and I need to go users, then again users, right? And then here I will get a apm grid dot zip, right? So I need to double click on this. Once you double click on this, here you will see apm grid. Just say finish. That's it. See here, apm grid has been imported. Now if you see here, there is no error messages, right? So you can directly open this. So you will get all the content, all the details here itself, right? So this is a way you can import it, so that will be easily accessible and you can start using the code. Thank you. In this session, we are going to execute a native app on 3 devices. Okay, that is also parallelly. Okay, we are going to execute our native app parallelly on all the 3 devices. Okay, for that we already have done all the configurations, right? I have already started all the apm nodes which we have discussed in the last classes, right? So let me execute the script. Let's wait. This is a native app, right? So let me execute first the parallel execution, right? So let me start it. Okay, before starting it, what I have done here is I have enabled here uh, pointers, right? If you see here, there is a one top bar, right? In all the places there is a one bar, right? So what will happen is whenever whatever the screen is executing the things, right? You can observe that in a touches, right? Let me do some operation here. See, you can see all the touches here, right? So same way, if script is doing some scroll or something, right? So you can easily observe those, right? Let me little bit maximize it so you guys can able to see it properly, right? So let me maximize this. Okay, I have little bit maximized it, right? So let me execute the script. See here, session has been started parallelly in all the devices, right? So let's wait here. See, in all the 3 devices, my Policy Bazaar app has been launched, right? And see here, in all the places you can observe the pointers, right? It is trying to do a scroll actually. So you can able to easily see that every device steps are executing properly. There is no breakage, right? In most of the internet videos, what they used to do is they only execute the two test cases, right? But here I am doing all the operations as well, right? Like doing a scroll and selecting the radio button, right? And even I am trying to use a, see here, right now I'm using the date picker, right? So I have chosen this particular app because in this app you can able to see all different kind of components which we usually use it, right? If you see here, right now left hand side, right, here the date picker is different, here the date picker format is different, here it is month, day, year, here day, month, year, right? Even the script is executing because I have written the script to handle all these things, right? So let's wait for to get, see here scroll is also going happening, right? So in my Galaxy Note 2 device, script has been executed. Now we need to see whether it is successfully executed or any failure has been happened, right? Let's wait. Okay, so in all the three devices, script has been executed. Let's see whether any failures. No. See here, total test runs is 3, failures are 0, right? So in this case, I am not printing with the session ID, so that is the reason it has been not displayed anything. But my script has been executed successfully when I am trying to execute parallel. If you see here, the execution time is 16662 milliseconds, right? Now, so it's very less, right? And we have executed our script parallelly in all the three devices, right? So it is really possible, and let me show you the code as well, because I'm using single driver. I have not created, if you see here, I am using single driver. I have not created a multiple drivers. If you see here, this is a script, just hold on. This is a script which I am executing it, right? So if you see here, I have used only one driver. I am not using driver 1, driver 2 or driver 3, right? Even though my script has been executed successfully. In some of the places, people are mentioned that we need to create the 3 different instances, right? But for my case, you don't need to create 3 different instances. Okay. Thanks for watching my video. In this session, we are going to see how to execute a native app on 3 different devices on a sequential order. In the last session, we have seen how we can execute a native app parallelly on all the 3 devices, right? Now, in this session, we are going to see how we can execute a script, Appium script on 3 different devices sequentially, right? For that, we already created the test.ng file for that, right? So I'm going to execute that. See here in my Galaxy Note 2 device, first script should get executed. See here, this is my Galaxy Note 2 device, this is 3 and this is emulator, Genymotion device, right? See here,
script is executing properly, right? So this is trying to do a scroll and able to select it, right? Again it will do a scroll and try to select shine, right? I have chosen this particular app because in this app you can able to work on all different kind of components like radio button, drop down, and now this is a date picker, right? And the option buttons, right? This is a date picker, right? It's taking a little bit time to get execute. Now first script has been executed, right? Now it should execute on my Galaxy Note 3 device. Let me open it. See here, this is my Galaxy Note 3 device IP address, right? See here, app got launched, right? Let's wait for some time to get. Let's be with me, don't go anywhere, right? So script is executing. We'll show you the results once the script has been, all the scripts has been executed in all the three devices, right? See, in my Galaxy Note 3 device, script has been executed, right? Let me open this. Now it should execute on my Genymotion device emulator, right? See here, app got launched. Observe one more thing here is when script is executed on a sequential order, the commands are only coming on one particular Appium server. It is not something like if you have started three APM server, one is associated with this machine, one is associated with this device, one is associated with this device. That does not mean that when you execute your script on a sequential order, it comes here in the first device, second time it comes in this device, and third time comes in this device. When you execute on a sequential order, it is always all the details are coming on this particular session or the APM server only, right? So that is a reason actually if you want to execute your scripts on a sequential order, you don't even need to start three different uh, APM sessions, right? You can even start the one APM session and you can execute your test cases easily, right? Let's wait for some more time because it's taking a little bit more time. We have a lot of tests which need to be executed, right? So let's see here. See here, it is doing a scroll. Done. So this is a way you can execute your script. See here, total execution was 3 and failure was 0. And let's see what is the time. If you see here 455,560 milliseconds, right? But when we have executed parallelly, it is around 1,660, right? This is a 4 times than the parallel execution time, right? So this is a way you can execute on a sequential order. Thank you. In this session, we are going to see how we can execute our APM script on a selected device, right? So basically all these three devices has been connected to a Selenium grid, but now I want to execute my script on a specific device. So right now I have chosen this Galaxy Note 2 device where I need to execute my script, right? For that we already created a test.ng file for that. So let me open that, right? Let me open that. So see here, we already have that. So let me execute this script and see how it get executed. See here, it should launch on my Galaxy Note 2 device. Let me minimize this and wait. See here, now in my Galaxy Note 2 device app got launched, right? Wait for some more time. That script is still executing. Be with me. See here, script has been executed successfully. Let me open the results. One script has been executed, failure 0, script 0, right? And if I open this, see here, everything is green, right? So my script has been executed successfully, and this is a way you can execute your script on a selected device when all the devices are connected to Selenium grid, right? So let me open the Selenium grid as well. If you see here, it is trying to create a session with this particular ID, right? So this is a way you can easily use Selenium grid in your organization. It will save your time and you can easily execute your scripts parallelly, sequentially, and whatever the device you want, you can execute your script on that particular selected device. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so in this session we are going to execute the scripts which we have created in the last classes, right? So let's try to execute our Appium script parallelly on multiple devices, right? So just hold on, let me open it, right? So the first one is my Galaxy Note 3 real device. This is my Galaxy Note 2 real device, and this is simulator. Okay, so as we discussed in the last classes, we are planning to connect 3 devices, right? So I have connected all the 3 devices now. So let's start the Appium Selenium standalone server, right? So for that, what I have done is I have created the bat files, right, under this. So I have opened this folder, right? So let me open this. The folder, I have opened it, right? So let me start the standalone server. Okay. Server has been started, right, as a hub, right? Now what we need to do is we need to start all the 3 bat files which we have created in the last class, right? 1, 2, and 3. These all 3 represent each and every one device, right? So let me open this standalone server here, right? So let's wait. See, all the 3 devices got registered, right? 4567, 4568, and 4569, right? So let me minimize this. Let me open this, right? So let me check the port number, right? So let me minimize this, right? 1, right? Then the second one, right? And the third one. Right. So you guys can able to see, is there any transactions coming to this, or commands, any commands are coming to these uh, consoles, right? So let me start executing it. Let me start with the web apps, right, which we have created it, right? So first we'll try to execute our script on a parallelly, right? So let me start executing it, right? So don't worry about that error, that is a Android SDK error. See here, sessions has been started, right? So let me minimize this. Let me open this. You see here 1, 2, 3, 3 sessions has been created, right? Let's wait for that. See here, in all the 3 devices, browser has been opened, right? And in first two real devices, Chrome browser has been opened, and in in emulator, it's stock browser which has been opened. See here, it's very fast in the real devices. It got executed and even closed as well. But in emulators, it will take time to execute it. Let's see, let me try to open the code. It will take time to enter all the details, right? So let me open the, see here, for detailing purpose what I have done is I am trying to click, or whatever the actions I'm going to perform, I am using the session IDs, right? So if I copy this session ID, right? If I copy this session ID, right? And if I open the notepad or notepad plus plus and paste it here, right? So you can see here AB, right? AB, and this is something else, right? The second one, right? Let me sort out all the AB ones, right? Full name entered, then AB, right? So what I'm going to explain you here is all these 4 steps has been executed using these session IDs, and the same steps has been executed using these session IDs. See here, the third session ID has been captured here, right? So basically on all the 3 devices, my script has been executed with the different session IDs. Let me complete. Let's wait for the completing of the script. Then I will explain you. See here, still FC50 session ID, right? Still the script is executing. Now password has been entered. Now confirm password need to be entered. That is the last step for our automation, right? This is the last step which we have created in this scripts. See here, now it got, if you first, we need to see the result, right? So if you see here, 0 failure, 3 pass, right? And if I copy this complete data, right? Let me copy this, right? Okay, I'm not going to copy again because we already have the data with us, right? And we have seen here, right? So let me little bit sort here itself, right? Mobile number, then email entered, paste, right? Mobile entered, email, password, right? I'm just sorting the data which has been entered, right? So the session IDs, right? So let me wait for this. Register has been clicked, right? And here the confirm password. Let's wait for a second, right? I'm just trying to organize each and everything, right? Register, confirm password, and script completed. Confirm password and script completed, right? So I'm going to show you for 2 devices, right? If you see here, all the steps, URL open, register button clicked, full name entered, confirm password, script completed. Sorry, this need to be come at the last, right? Mobile number entered, email entered, password entered, all with this session ID. Same script has been executed with this session ID, and the last one also executed with this session ID, right? So it clarifies you that everything has been started at the same time, right? If you see here, all these 3 things has been started at the same time and executed parallelly, right? So this is a way you can execute your script parallelly, right? Thank you. So in the last session, we have already seen how we can execute our script parallelly, right? Now in this session, we are going to execute our script on sequential order, right? So for that, we already created the test.ng file, right? So I'm going to execute on a sequential order. Okay, so let's see here. See here, it has been started on 4th, right? Means Galaxy Note 2 device. Let me minimize this and wait. This is my Galaxy Note 2 device. See here, it got launched on this device, and here the commands are coming, right? See, details has been entered and driver has been quit. Now it should start on device Galaxy Note 3, right? So let me minimize this. See here, in my Galaxy Note 3 device, script has been started and started executing. Right, it's done. Now let me open this. Right, now the third session need to be started on emulator with this particular IP address. Right, so let me minimize this and wait for to get execute on the third device. Right, in the third device, my browser has been opened. Now wait for some time. It will take time to get execute, right? As we saw in the last sessions as well, that in the emulators it's little bit slow. And anyways, there is a difference, right? There is a difference between Chrome driver and stock Android, stock Android browser, right? In this emulator, we are using the stock Android browser. See here, it's very slow actually. Let's wait to get script get complete, right? Let's be with me. See, it's very slow. Okay, in between that, let's see the, if I maximize this, right? If you see here, with the session IDs, I'm just printing it. This is the first session ID. This is the second session ID, right? All the steps has been executed, and this is a third session ID which is executing currently, right? See, two more steps are need to be executed. Once the confirm password details has been filled, then our test case has been passed. Right. Let's wait for some more time. right? It's done. Let's see the results. See here, total 3 test cases has been executed, failure 0, skip 0, right? If I open the test ng, right? So there are 3 tests has been executed, right? So if you see here, everything is green, right? So this is a way you can execute your test cases on a sequential order in all the devices connected to your laptop, right? Thank you. Thanks for watching. Okay, in this session, we are going to see how we can execute our Appium script on a single device when multiple devices are connected using Selenium Grid, right? In the last few sessions, we have already seen how to execute parallelly, how to execute sequentially, right? Now, in this case, I want to execute my script only on single device, maybe on Galaxy Note 3 or Galaxy Note 2 or a Genymotions, right? That I need to decide it using a testng file, right? We have already created it for Note 2, right? So right now there is a 3 devices which is connected on a Selenium grid, right? Now I want to launch my app or web app on Galaxy Note 2 device, right? So for that we already created a script and the testng file, right? So I'm going to execute this. Let's see what should be the result, how it get executed, right? See here in the Galaxy Note 2 device, session has been started. Let me minimize this. Let's wait whether our script will get executed properly or not. See, browser has been opened on my Galaxy Note 2 device, right? Let's wait for the script get complete. See here, my script has been executed very fast and it is done. One test case has been executed, failure 0, skip 0, right? And it is printing each and every step with the session IDs, right? So let me go here, right? So this is a way you can execute your script. So you might able to get what is the difference between normal execution and this execution. This execution we are executing it when Selenium grid is configured, right? In the scripts we have used Selenium grid, right? And in grid there are 3 devices which are connected and we need to execute only on a single device or a selected device, right? So this is a way you can execute your script web apps on a single selected device, right? Thank you for watching.